হ্যালো। বলো। মেগাডে। তুমি 1:30, আমি বলছি 1:30 থেকে শুরু, তুমি একটু পরেই নিয়ে এসো না, আমার কোনো অসুবিধা নেই, আই হ্যাভ নো ইস্যু। তুমি দেখিয়ে নিতে পারো, আমার কোনো প্রবলেম নেই, তুমি জাস্ট একটু এদিক করে দেখিয়ে। ঠিক আছে, ওকে। হ্যাঁ স্যার, একটু জয়েন করে যাবেন আপনার টাইম মতো। মিনিস্টার হ্যাজ অলরেডি জয়েন্ট। ঠিক আছে, ওকে। আচ্ছা, আই থিঙ্ক এই ভদ্রলোক যিনি জয়েন করলেন, প্রদীপ কাশ্যপ। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, আমি করে নিচ্ছি। মিস্টার কাশ্যপ, ওয়েলকাম। হ্যাঁ বলো। না না, রেজিস্টার করলেই দেন ঢুকে যাবে ওখানে, রেজিস্ট্রেশন করে ঢুকতে হবে। Sir, we are just waiting for Dr. A.R. Khan,
Okay.
and we can start our session from 1:30 as discussed.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
I am coordinating with Dr. Khan. If he
Yeah.
joins, then we can start.
Okay.
Vice Chancellor sir has already joined, and Minister sir has already joined, and Mr. Kashyap has already joined, sir.
নমস্কার প্রফেসর চক্রবর্তী, আমি জয়ন্ত চক্রবর্তী এই সেশনটা মডারেট করছি। নমস্কার।
থ্যাংক ইউ, নমস্কার।
আমি বিসিকেবি থেকেই পাস আউট করেছি।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, হ্যাঁ।
1984-এ।
84।
84।
আমি 81 থেকে 81-এ বিএসসি ওখানে করেছিলাম।
আচ্ছা।
হ্যাঁ, তারপরে তো আইআরআই চলে যাই পুসাতে।
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, জানি আমি আপনার সম্বন্ধে, আমাদের যে
Should we start? Okay. So give me just a couple of seconds, sir. Sir, you can start.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and hearty welcome to Rural Connect 2022, Edition 6. On behalf of Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries, myself, Jayanta Chakraborty, chairing this Committee of Agriculture and Rural Development Committee, heartily welcome you all the eminent personalities into the inaugural session of this event actually. This event is a signature event of the Bengal Chamber, and agriculture does not require any new introductions to the audience or to the panelists, to the honorable speakers, because it is the core subjects of our country also. And we are delighted to have with us today Sri Shobhandev Chattopadhyay, Minister in charge, Department of Agriculture, Government of West Bengal. Welcome, sir, for your kind presence and accepting our invitation, sir. And we are also having Dr. Sarup Kumar Chakrabarty, Vice Chancellor, Uttar Bengal Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. Sir, hearty welcome to you into this inaugural session of this Rural Connect 2022. We are also very honored to have with us Mr. Rudy Kashyap, founder MART, a visionary leader in rural marketing with us today. So hearty welcome to Mr. Kashyap for your kind presence and accepting our invitations also.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are also waiting for Dr. A.R. Khan, our Chief General Manager NABARD, who will be joining shortly to give a presentations to us also. So, to have a few lines of context setting for this program actually, because agriculture is importance, I think, better than you all, nobody can understand today actually. Because apart from its GDP, food security, livelihood, natural resource management, and climate change, all put together, this is the most important and most challenging subjects today in the world actually. And in Bengal Chamber, we are trying to have a session in sequence of the present need also. So we are having this is the third program of ours. First program was the Agri Colloquium, where we have discussed about the science, productions, and diversifications of agriculture. In the second was the APO. Exclusively, we have delivered a session for 2 days with the APO. And this is the third, which is Rural Connect, because we think today that agriculture is shifting from production driven to market driven. So without the marketing connect, this subject is becoming more complicated day by day. So we need to have a better presence on this thing also. So here, I think our main objective that farmers should be connected to the market so that they earn more and they will be more happier in the future also. I'm just telling you our future sessions are like that. After this, we are having a Vision 2030, India's rural market competitiveness, where CEOs will be participate for a roundtable discussions also. After that, there will be a session on opportunities, challenges, and innovations. A discussion with Mr. Kondinia on the perspective also. Then there will be global value chains and agriculture connecting producers to consumers also. And tomorrow, we are having session like Market Connect, Tech and Finance-driven marketing strategies, followed by fireside chat session with the Managing Director of State Bank of India, and then defining new age farming through climate smart agriculture with ITC. And last is the geographic identification of rural products, a marketing stance to create better business model in association with NABARD also. So these are the programs we have modeled for these 2 days so that ultimately the stakeholders should be connected with the market. So without spending much more time, it is my duty to request our honorable, our chief guest of this session to deliver his visionary address to the people about his thoughts, his directions for this state. So, sir, you are requested to give your presentation, sir. Sir, I think you are on mute, I think. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Bengal Chambers of Commerce and Industry, for organizing this type of discussion among the eminent personalities. Today, we will present here, and they will deliver also their speeches, which will help us. The main theme of the session today is to make a link between the producer and the market. I think so, as you said right now. But you are all aware that the West Bengal is now the fourth largest economy in India, and agriculture is the largest sector in the economy of West Bengal, and about two-thirds population of the state are directly or indirectly involved in agricultural economy or our state economy. As you know that the entire world has passed through the COVID-19, and still we are passing through that. Along with that, the Bengal has faced a typical devastating cyclones like Amphan, Fani, Yas, all this. Even after that, our farmers ensured food security. All the people of West Bengal, they have produced even after the COVID and Amphan, Fani, and Yas, all these cyclones. As you know that the population of West Bengal is a densely populated state, and the population of West Bengal is the 8% population of the country. But we have only 2.5% land, agricultural land in our state in terms of the total country. Even after that, we are going very fast. We are going ahead very fast under the able leadership of Srimati Mamata Banerjee. Agricultural Department of West Bengal has extended all sorts of relentless efforts and services by advisories, by official inputs, and technical support to the farming community for restoring normalcy when both pandemic and extreme weather events like cyclones struck the state together. Since occurrence of Amphan, May 2020, government extended 41.20 lakh farmers the support, restructuring the cultivation, and that is in the tune of 621.76 crore. You will be happy to note that since 2011, under Srimati Mamata Banerjee, she thought to give enough support to the farmers. She started some social security programs like Krishak Bandhu, as you know, that she is giving 10,000 rupees to the farmers during Rabi and Kharif, and that is for 1 acre of land, the highest above that, but minimum 4,000 to any farmer, whatever land he has. And that too, that money is given by DBT, direct bank transfer. Nothing is being given in the hands. Second is Krishak Bandhu death benefit. Any farmer dies within 18 to 60 years, one-time help of 2 lakhs rupees is given to them for their support. Thirdly, the farmers are getting old age pensions. The registered farmers, all are above 60 years, are getting 1,000 rupees per month for the social security, and that is in the tune of 1 lakh. 1 lakh farmers are getting that old age pension. Fourthly, there is a very unique one, Bangla Shosho Bima. You will be happy to note that throughout the country, the farmers are getting insurance, but they have to contribute for that.
Yeah.
They participate in the paint. But in our state, other than potato and another one is there, sugarcane. In any other product in agriculture, they are getting this insurance, that is Bangla Shosho Bima, free of cost. Free of cost. In the last year, I can so much remember that more than 450 crores have been given by the state government in when the farmers were in distress. In this way, we are helping the farmers for much more growth. And every year, now you know that in terms of paddy, we are the highest grower in this country. In terms of potato, we are the highest grower in the country. In terms of maize and pulse, we are also growing like anything. And every year, we are increasing our growth. But as you said, for modernization of the farming system, we have already established 1,845 custom hiring system centers, CHC, from where farmers can get their modern machineries for cultivation. As you know that there are shortage of farming people, agricultural people. They are not interested in farming now. Now we have to replace that with the modern machineries so that production is increased and production is not hampered or shortage of manpower. That is also we are doing that. That is called Bangla Krishi Shet Yojana. That is called Bangla Krishi Shet Yojana, and we are giving 45% incentive cost. 45% state is being owned by, and all machineries. State is giving 45% incentive for purchasing that machineries. Another one is that we have set up a very unique program that is called we have made schemes for the beneficiaries. Like that, we are helping the self-help groups. We are helping the Ananda Dhara scheme applicable for additional waiver. Thirdly, farmers, producers, organizations. We are helping that. We are helping Sufal Bangla, Joint Liability Group JLG, Agri Entrepreneurs, Startups, Federation of SHGs and Cooperative Societies, and Regulated Market Committees. Now, what you have said in the initial stage, that there are farmers who are not producing, and you are linking them with the market. That is the main idea. Bengal now is the destination of industry. You know that Mamata Bandyopadhyay is holding BJP every year. This year also that will take place. In the meantime, I would like to request Bengal Chambers of Commerce and under your leadership that what is the theme of this today's discussion that will be implemented, and state government will take all initiative wherever there is necessary, and I would like to request you to come forward with and meet me so that your thoughts, your ideas can be implemented in the real sense of term in our state, so that farmers are benefited and people are also benefited with linking with the markets. With these words, because I got 7 meetings today, I am to rush to Kasrapada, I am to rush to Khorda today right now. I will be starting now. So I'll take leave. But once again, I thank Bengal Chambers of Commerce and all other participants, those who are participating and will also contribute in the thought of Rural Connect 2022. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your address. And I think under your leadership and this agriculture department has won, I think Krishi Karman award more than I think 5 times. I think, and they have shown the excellence. And in recent survey, West Bengal has appeared one of the topmost agricultural states in the country also. So I think your leadership has really helping the people of the West Bengal also. And as you suggested and advised us, we will prepare a document after this meeting. Our conclave is over, and we will meet you so that we can have a presentations to you, and after your guidance we can have some understanding in the BGBS also for state agricultural improvement actually, sir. So we are obliged for your kind presence, and sincere thanks for your kind deliberation, sir. I think Minister has, because of his busy schedule, he has is leaving this conclave, but his advice and messages we have noted down, and as suggested by him, Bengal Chamber will definitely meet him after the meeting is over with him, and before BGBS we will have a fair discussions on how we can participate Bengal Chamber for active and vibrant agriculture in West Bengal, keeping the present scenario in backdrop. We will definitely have a document ready for this government of West Bengal also. Thank you once again. So now I think I will switch over to Dr. Sarup Kumar Chakraborty, Vice Chancellor, Uttar Bengal Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. Though Dr. Professor Chakraborty does not require any introduction, but still it is my pleasure and honor to have a few words about him. Professor Chakraborty served as director of 2 research institutes of ICAR. He was selected as the director of ICAR Central Tuber Crops Research Institute, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala in the year 2012. As director of that institute, he led a team of 170 staff, including 48 scientists, with an annual budget of about 22 crores for research and development of tropical tuber crops like tapioca, sweet potato, yams, taro, etc. He was again selected as the director of ICAR Central Potato Research Institute, Shimla, in the year 2016 by ASRB. He is presently the Vice Chancellor of Uttar Bengal Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. We are obliged and extremely happy to have you, sir, in this discussions, where our inaugural session, we are discussing on policy perspective, because the present people, those who are in the inaugural session, are the people, those who are driving the policy of the agricultures and the growth challenges and opportunities in rural stakeholders also. So I request Professor Chakraborty for his address.
Thank you, Mr. Chakraborty and the chairman of this today's conclave. And it's my really pleasure to join you all in this Rural Connect, this inaugural session today. I was delighted to have today's chief guest, Honorable Minister in charge, Department of Agriculture, Government of West Bengal. He has a vast experience in the dual. He has the dual distinction of managing basically power as well as manpower. He has done wonderfully well in power sector and even agriculture. He is a very, very able administrator, and we are really delighted to have him at the helm of our affairs. And Dr. Khan, I met several times after he came in Calcutta as CGM. At least personally, I met him twice, and several occasions I also came across him, met in several occasions. So, Dr. Khan, also I'm delighted to join you here. Dr. Rudy Kashyap, who is the founder of MART, I was just going through his achievements and accomplishments in the area. He has a distinction of 30 years of working in the area of agriculture rural development. So he is committed to rural development, and it's really my privilege to meet you, Mr. Kashyap. Of course, the chairman of today's function, John Chakraborty, he is actually from my alumni from BCKV, so I have a special connection with him. Beside these, I think there will be several other inaugural and roundtable discussions as well as yesterday, Mr. Chakraborty was talking about. Yesterday, there will be very important deliberations on, say, geographical indications and the rural different, some input delivery systems. This type of, so this will be very, very important meeting, this 2 days conclave, and we will be definitely looking forward eagerly for some of the recommendations which also in the university we can implement. This rural connect, basically, it's very like many other people who also belong to basically originally from the rural India. It's very close to our heart. Is it? Am I audible clearly?
Yes, we can hear
Okay.
you. We can hear you.
Because actually I am talking from a village, so that's it. Again, testing that the connectivity from this place is good. That's why I am also able to join with you all. Just briefly, I will talk about this. What is our setting in the country? Nearly actually nearly about 156 million households, rural households are there in India. About 15.5 crores of households are there, and it represents nearly today about 69% of the total populations. So it's a huge. In international level, of course, people are going towards urbanization. India is also progressing to urbanization. Maybe at a time it will be 50-50, but at this level, even still, say about 69% people are living. So you cannot have any progress without considering our rural people. I think for the long time, this situation will be like this in India. Our economy will be definitely rural based, and if you do not develop rural side, your entire development of the nations in the international level will always be lagging behind. So definitely we have to take the rural households, their livelihood, their profit, their income security, their food security, we have to take care of. Otherwise, in all the development indices at the international level, we will never be able to reach to the expected area, to the expected positions, what we dream for. Our father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, once he commented that the soul of our nation actually lives in the villages. That is true till today. People are migrating, but even then, the major chunk of our population still live in the rural areas. And definitely, if you do not develop the rural economy, we will not be able to serve and do the justice to the people of the country. And the economy, for development of economy, the major area is agriculture. Rural area, some way or the other, people are connected to agriculture. Say I was talking about, say about 156 million households are there, nearly about 58% of those households are dependent solely on agriculture. It varies state to state. Say Kerala, it is very less, nearly about 25-26% of these households are solely dependent on agriculture. But in states like, say, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, it is nearly about, say, 65-64%. People still, not people, the household, rural households are dependent solely on agriculture. Some of the others, in West Bengal, the situation is slightly better. Nearly about 50% of the rural households are dependent exclusively on agriculture. Other households in the rural sectors, they are dependent either on self-employment, the service sector, or the construction sector, like that. So that way, still in India itself, nearly about, say, 70% still dependent on agriculture. And so some way or the other, if you want to improve their livelihood and their economic conditions, you have to improve the agriculture sector there. There is no other way to improve their livelihood and the economy. So basically, this agriculture, a lot of things are going on. Our Minister Sahab was also talking about. I also actually I understood even when I was Kerala. I also invited once our former President Abdul Kalam Sahab, he in 2003 introduced this concept of PURA, P-U-R-A. He was the first, I think, the thinker who thought about the rural development. PURA is the provisions of urban amenities to rural areas. He thought about to taking the urban amenities to rural areas, and there was he visualized a plan of these hub and spoke mechanisms, developing the rural areas, small industries based on agro industries in the rural areas, in rural clusters, connecting them to the urban areas. So he was in 2003, it was thought about, and that also paid a dividends for us. And thereafter, of course, it was taken forward, and now it is there is a scheme going on at the central level. It's called actually the rural urban RUBAN concept. So they are trying to taking the urban amenities to the rural folks. And our Minister Sahab was also talking about Bengal is taking definitely a leading role in taking the these urban amenities to our rural masses. There are several schemes running in Bengal, there are drinking water scheme, the Sajal Dhara. Almost all villages have been almost covered under Sajal Dhara. And then these rural electrifications also, a lot of things have been done in the state. This power sector, again, almost all the villages have been connected in electricity. Road, there is ample improvement in the state. Now people are not, say, if someone is posted in rural areas, they will hesitate to come. But now this is gradually actually fading away. That's a very good sign. Last, say, about 20 years, lot of improvement happened in West Bengal, and of course entire nations, in developing, in improving the infrastructure in the rural areas, particularly road sector, taking electricity, some sanitations, these Nirmal Bangla we are running here. And our minister in charge agriculture, he was talking about several schemes where the farmers been given some benefit so that they can come up, their livelihood improves. So a lot of improvement has happened in this area, not only in West Bengal, entire nations, different parts, rural areas has improved a lot. There is no doubt about it. I also belong from a rural area, but what I used to see about, say, 30 years back, there is a lot of improvement now in terms of connectivity, road connectivity, power connectivity, even this internet connectivity. Say, I was just talking, I am actually speaking from a very rural, from a very remote corner of a village. So this is a testimony that I am able to talk to you because there is a rural connectivity. This internet connection has been given. So now I think this is the right time to tell the stakeholders that there are a lot of opportunities now in the rural sectors. Of course, some way or the other, it will be connected to agriculture or allied, some sort of allied sectors. So there is a lot of scope now. So I think I would like to thank Mr. Chakraborty for taking up this this topic, this growth, challenges and opportunities in the rural stakeholders. So this is the right time, I think we should discuss with the business people, and they should actually now, there is opportunities, lot of opportunities, many people will be speaking about it, and regarding this setting up rural enterprises. Pradeep Kashyap Saab, he is well experienced in that. He is working for about 30 years on that. There are small businesses, micro businesses, microfinancing. There are input, definitely delivery, and this concept actually we are also encouraging, FPOs. That is the mode actually we have to deliver. The problem is here. I was just talking about 156 million households. Out of them, nearly about say 60%. If they are dependent on agriculture, you just imagine 15.6, about 7-8 crores households are there, farm holdings are there. So reaching them, it's a very, very big, stupendous job only. And through these FPOs and the farmers producers clubs, they can be approached. This revolution is also taking place in the country. Simultaneously, we are developing, aggregating people in the rural areas. Say only having say about 0.7 hectare, 0.6 hectare of land, and making them economically viable and profitable will be a difficult task, definitely. But if you join them together, join their hands, 250 people come together, definitely it can be made, that unit can be made a profitable venture. So in that concept, actually, there is a lot of opportunity for the people to come to the village, and do not hesitate to come to the village, because now a lot of amenities are available in village now. Education, of course, maybe you can keep your words in the urban areas, but for work, you can now connectivity, road connectivity is so beautiful. You can within 1.5 hours or 2 hours, you can reach your place. So that's definitely a very good thing happening in the country. I have seen several of the developed countries outside, particularly France. I have seen. Just I will mention about it. They were talking about that nearly about, say, I visited them in 2000, nearly about 99, 2000. And I visited their villages. I went to their villages, interior villages, and I was really mesmerized by the development of the villages there. And I was just discussing with my mentors with whom I was working there. He was telling actually what happened within, say, 10, 15 years, this type of development happened there also in France. Say if it is 2000, maybe nearly about, say, 85 or 80s, there was a transformation there of their economy. But what they did not ruin their villages. They developed their villages, all the village small businesses, they developed there. And there is a tendency of the people to go to the village, spend 1 hour, maybe half of the day in the village, and buy the village, the handicrafts and village specific products, and then buy and come to their home. So that way, the village economy was also being sustained. And so that model I was really impressed upon. We have to somehow develop that type of system. We should not ruin our villages. Our villages are, I said repeatedly, this is our soul of the country. And we should develop our villages, their economy, and somehow their livelihood we have to improve. So my request to all the stakeholders who are joining these chambers, Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries, today's meeting, please think about it. And there is a lot of opportunities. I see. I have a very long experience in this. It is happening now. Actually, this is the stage where it is happening. You know, actually, we are now overproducing both field crops as well as horticulture. Nearly about, say, 317 million tons. The last estimate I saw. This is our field crops, say cereals, pulses, and then oil seeds. So 317, huge quantity of food grains we are producing. Horticulture is remarkable development happened in last about, say, 5-6 years. Now we are producing 337, nearly 337 million tons of different horticulture products. There is a very good quantity of surplus for export, for processing. So that we have to definitely somehow grab those opportunities. I will request all the stakeholders to think about if there is any help required. Definitely our chamber is also there. Technical help, universities, institutes are there, will be helping. But you have to take the initiative. You just approach us. We'll be happy to help you to start your venture, micro venture or some medium scale industries based on the rural areas. Do not take all your raw materials to the urban areas and put value add. Then that will defeat the purpose. You take your ventures to the villages. That will help the village populations. Actually, I'll be actually talking, emphasizing much more on export. A lot of things will be spoken by, actually will be delivered by other speakers. say there will be a lot of opportunities in input delivery, different value chains modules. But let me emphasize slightly on export opportunities and what may be the challenges in the export. Say, export, nearly about 5 or 6 years back, I was asked to develop a policy document on potato export. Because Mr. Chakraborty was also talking about, I was director, Central Potato Research Institute. So I was from the DG level, from DG ICR, they said you develop a export document on potato, whether it will be viable or not viable, where to export, what to be exported. So that time actually I did some investigation on this export sector, and that I will be sharing. And particularly with the North Bengal situation, what I found actually in potato also, there is lot of opportunity for export. There are lot of strength, positive points of the sector. That will be true for not only potato, many of the vegetables, fruits, many medicinal plants, aromatic plants, floriculture, several sectors. That will be the similar opportunities are there, because what happened in our production condition is like that. Some of the developed countries market, when this is not available, these products will be available with us. So that will be really very good opportunity to take, to grab. And of course, the quality, today, if you are targeting a developed country or even in Southeast Asia or our Middle East, there also this quality concern will definitely be a major issue. Particularly, if you are dealing with export, there is an international plant protection conventions. So that they have a standard setting, standards for each commodity. So you have to follow that. If you want to say export something, say non-basmati rice, which is the #1 commodity being exported now today from India, any non-basmati rice, if you want to export to a country, you have to definitely stick to their quality, their quarantine requirements. Say if you are targeting Bangladesh, Bangladesh will have a requirement, the freedom from different pathogens. Say they will need a phytosanitary certificate. So phytosanitary certificate requirement will be there. That type of quality concern, absence of pesticides, absence of, there is a set of things for each commodity, and each country will require a different set of things. So that our country has to definitely develop this facility, infrastructure and this chain. If we want to emphasize on export, we have to develop these systems for this phytosanitaries, compliance with the phytosanitary requirement, SPS requirements. That will be a necessity for export, promotion of export, particularly agricultural produce. That we have to develop. In potato also, of course, we have these systems because CPRI has developed, and also in the national level, this IPPC. They also, each country have a national plant protection organization, NPPO they call. In our Delhi also, this DPPQS, the plant protection quarantine and storage, they have been given this responsibility. They have developed the phytosanitary regulations, and they have actually identified most of the our agriculture departments, head of the department of plant protections, they have been given this responsibility. They are authorized to issue phytosanitary certificate. Recently, our Uttar Bengal Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, that was a requirement from the exporter of the North Bengal, that UBKB was not assigned that power. Recently, Government of India, through a gazette notification, has already approved UBKB to issue phytosanitary certificate that will help particularly the exporters of that region. If you come to us, definitely we will help you. And if you are targeting a particular country to send some commodity, we will help you to identify what are the phytosanitary requirements, how it can be addressed here. So, friends, these are some of the phytosanitary requirements. And I am also actually working for last about 3 years for developing areas, for identification of areas where if you grow vegetables, particularly potato, I was working with, it will be automatically given a certificate. So they are called pest-free areas. So if you can identify some pest-free areas which has a quarantine significance, this pests, so then the produce from that area, phytosanitary certificate can be issued without any problem. So that type of pest-free areas or pest-free conditions of growing crops, that technical know-how will be able to help you. The university phytosanitary certificate, of course, will be helping you, and some of the other policy levels that I think I will request Mr. Chakraborty to take it to the higher level. Some of the issues related to the policy level issues related to the export, say infrastructure development, warehousing facilities near the ports, this type of things you have to take up with the higher level, government level. So is this problem for the exporter? So there are, if we actually make this, I think there will be a lot of opportunities for export, particularly vegetables, floriculture, and these medicinal aromatic plants. Vegetables also, we are Bengal is the #1 producers of vegetables, and lot of opportunities there. Basmati rice, we are doing little but non-basmati rice, and there are several very good non-basmati rice which are being exported from this state. So these are some of the areas we can take up along with you. Some of the stakeholders, if you come to us, approach us, we will be happy to help you, hold your hand to develop your business. And I expect a lot in this area, and this is the right time you are discussing about this. And thank you again, Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries, for taking up this very important issue, which will be definitely, I think, take a lot of good things to the rural development sector. Thank you. Thanks a lot, everyone.
Thank you, Professor Chakraborty, for your wonderful messages. I think it's a mesmerizing to us also to know so many subjects. Particularly, you're focusing on the rural household and how to engage them. Then the Pura concept, which you have seen in the 2003, and I am really very convinced and motivated today that you are attending this meeting from a village where there's no disruptions in the network also. So it signifies that we are moving now very fast, and rural area should remain the helm of the business activities also.
Thank you.
One thing I like to know, and people like to know, how to inspire India's youth to take up farming. As a Vice Chancellor, what is your thought?
To inspire actually, that's why Mr. Chakraborty, I was talking about. No, these people has to be encouraged to set up their startup. That is actually now a lot of things happening in startup. The government, the central level as well as state level, they are also giving a lot of encouragement. What happened? No, I am also talking to our graduates people. We are now pushing them to start some sort of small enterprise. In BSc Agriculture now, the final year, the 4th year, students are being exposed to experiential learning, to all these types, small, say mushroom production, honeybee keeping, this type of small modules. They have to work for 6 months to gain experience, and 3 months each, other semester, 3 months, they have to go to a rural setting, learn the rural way, and map this area in their rural area. So each student, the 4th year of their study, they are going to a village, studying the rural economy totally, and submitting a report to us. And then 3 months also we are attaching them to some sort of small industry, agri-related industry. And 6 months they are learning experience and they are earning money through that. That way actually we are encouraging the students for starting their own small business. Of course, a lot to be done.
Yeah.
It depends on different states. In West Bengal, of course, people look for higher education and some job market still. But even then, we are successful. I think last year one of our horticulture graduate, he has started his nursery on his own. So this year also I am talking to them, and we are pushing them. You start that, and it will be much more profitable, enterprising than just joining a small.
Yeah.
So that way we are encouraging them. Let's see what happens.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your messages. And we like to assure you that on behalf of Bengal Chamber of Commerce, we will be visiting your university, and we like to engage ourselves for the skill development, for the APO connecting and all those issues. We will have a separate plan. We will discuss you off the line after taking your guidance and suggestions. We will meet you in person, sir. Actually.
Thank you. It will be my pleasure, definitely.
Thank you, sir, for your kind presence. And now I am requesting Dr. A.R. Khan, the Chief General Manager of NABARD, to have a special address on the initiatives of GI product promotion from Eastern region. So I like to give a small brief about Dr. Khan, that Dr. A.R. Khan is a postgraduate in Earth Sciences and doctorate in Hydrogeology and Water Resources Planning and Management Modeling from the Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai. After completing doctorate, he worked as research associate at Center for Technology Alternative for Rural Areas at IIT, Mumbai. Later, he joined NABARD during 1988 as an expert officer in Water Resources Cell. Dr. Khan is presently the Chief General Manager of NABARD in Kolkata also. So I humbly request Dr. Khan to have his presence, and it is a privilege to work with you, Dr. Khan. In many instances, we have met each other, and we are getting your valuable sessions, guidance, and involvement. So we are looking forward to hear your special message.
Thank you, sir, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
So it's always pleasure to be a part of Bengal Chamber of Commerce and such a galaxy of experts on different subjects. I was just listening to the earlier Honorable Vice Chancellor on the agriculture sector, and he has told a lot of good things. It is a learning to all of us. So I think this is very timely, and the program on Rural Connect, because this is one area which is still weak, and many institutions, the government agencies, they are working, because without developing the primary sector, the tertiary sector cannot be developed. So without taking on board the rural economy, the urban economy cannot flourish. So this is extremely important that we should have a strong connect with the rural areas, the production centers, the areas which need the maximum help. So, Honorable Minister in charge of Agriculture, Mr. Jan Chakravarti, Chairperson of Agriculture Rural Development Committee, Dr. Sarup Chakravarti, Vice Chancellor at the University, and all those guests who are connected to this, a very good afternoon to all of you. And this is a privilege for me to be a part of this event, talking on geographical indication, what are the initiatives taken for the Eastern region, and particularly what is our role as a NABARD in promoting this area. So let me begin with the geographical indication. In fact, a lot of products are already registered as GI in the country, and if I go by the data, as of now, almost 400 products of different categories, they are having GI tagging as per the data available with me. Most of these GI products, they are registered in some individual name as an applicant, and the information about this is not available to the real community. So the benefit of the GI is actually not being realized or harnessed by the communities who are producing those kind of produce. Mostly GIs, they are in 4 categories. Maximum is handicraft sector, which is almost 60% of these 400 products. They are under handicraft sector. Agriculture forms almost 30%, and the remaining 8 to 9% in the manufacturing sector and food stuffs. So not many products are there in the agri sector. Coming to West Bengal, we are having about 21 these products which are tagged, which are having GI tagging. If I look at the comparative position of different states, in fact, Karnataka is the leading state for GI tagging, followed by Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala. Our position is almost 7th. And the first GI tagging, you all know that this was from West Bengal in agri sector, and that is the Darjeeling tea. Even in the Darjeeling tea, the producers of the Darjeeling tea, those who are genuine producers, they are not getting the advantage of these tagging, and the advantage is being taken by somebody else. So what we would like to say that recently there was a meeting in the Delhi also, and government is giving a lot of focus on GI because of the 3-4 reasons. One is that it has got an economic sense that if there's a GI product, its marketability gets improved. People realize a better income of their produce as compared to the non-GI tagged produce of the same geography. So that is one area. The second is that to promote tourism also, GI plays a very, very important role. And the third is that it gives protection to the producers, so that somebody should not use this name and sell something else which is not meeting the quality standards of that particular produce. So there are 3-4 challenges as of now which we encounter in this. One, as I said, that the base or the registered users of the GI has not been expanded after these registrations. These registrations, the tagging has been done, but not much work has been done in the name of GI tagging to give the benefit to the community, which is the actual advantage and the objective of this tagging, that communities should be empowered to get the benefit of GI tagging in terms of quality improvement, in terms of their livelihood support, in terms of getting better price realization, in terms of visibility in the market. So those advantages, many of the users are not having, basically because of the lack of awareness about the benefit of the GI tagging. Secondly, the another is the long drawn process registration itself, because the registration process which is involved, it takes pretty long time, and there are not many agencies who can facilitate this process. There are state level nodal agencies, there are central agencies, but at the local level, at the district level, there are not many agencies who are involved in building the awareness and facilitating the application or the online submission of the application for GI tagging. The third is that new products which are being identified for this, still there's a lot of information gap which is required, the documentation process, all those things, which a small community of the farmers, the small marginal farmers, they are not aware of. So the visibility is not there. I have not seen any exhibition on MENA at the district or state level which displays the GI products. It is very much because the people are not aware. Even in the same area, the other day I was in Uttar Dinajpur, and people were talking about the Tulai Banji rice. But even in the same district, there are many people who are not aware of this in the same geography. So there is no organized system of marketing for this. So far, till 1999, even the regulations were not there. It was just a registration. But of course, thanks to the government, that act was enacted in 1999, and it acts also provides not only the registration but the protection to the users of this tag. So the act is very comprehensive, and which was made applicable in 2003. After that, not much work has been done, except for the last 3 or 4 years, where the government has initiated some move to identify new commodities and identify the nodal officers. And as of now, I am told that in West Bengal alone, there are 30 commodities which have been submitted for GI tagging by the nodal agency. But again, the problem remains the same about the awareness and other things. In 1990 and 2019, we came out with a scheme of NABARD wherein we started supporting the agencies who are facilitating the GI registration process by way of grant, by way of soft loan assistance to the agencies. Even the farmers cooperatives and farmers bodies, we are assisting directly for their registration, because registration cost itself is very high, which the small producers are not able to. So we are meeting those costs of registration, even the pre-registration cost of including mobilization of farmers, artisans in farm sector and off-farm sector both. So these initial expenditure we are trying to fund through our grant support to the different institutions who are facilitating this process. The registration process, what is required, the pre-registration, that some kind of small research work, some field analysis, just to establish the genuineness of the producer, genuineness of the quality, genuineness of the area, and drafting a DPR for application. So those things are also involve a lot of cost and time. So those things are also, we are trying to meet selectively wherever there is a requirement. Then registered users also, authorized users, particularly the farmers, we are meeting the registration cost of those individual farmers also as a registered user or authorized users, so that actually they are the people who should take advantage of this. Unfortunately, that is not happening in many of the areas. So we are trying to expand that base and see that in that particular geography, who are the real producers, whether they are registered or not, whether they are authorized users or not. We are trying to onboard them so that the benefit of this tagging goes to the real needy people. Then there are certain, because the registration basically is a validity about 10 years, which again it can be renewed for another 10 years. So many of these products, although they were registered, but now 10 years period is already over. So they are not finding it finding it easy to get it renewed also because of the cost involved and the processes. So that also we are trying to address through some grant support for renewal of the registration. But most importantly is the post-registration activities. Post-registration activities include the brand building. As of now, there are hardly any product which has got a own brand. So the brand building has not been done, although the registration has been done in almost all cases. But unless there is a brand building, the visibility, particularly for the exports, will not be there. So brand building in another area which is very, very weak, and we are trying to promote some of the institutions who can facilitate these producers for brand building. Then we are also trying to support some of the exhibitions and melas, which I said that there's exclusively for GI product, so that people should know that these are GI products, what is their premium quality, what is the quantity, what kind of requirement is there, and what kind of premium prices that the consumers are ready to pay for that particular commodity. So unless there is a exhibition or mela of these GI products which are already there in the market, that is organized, then the things will not move. So that also through the nodal agency, we are trying to address that. Then of course, workshops, seminars, and the Bengal Chamber of Commerce has, there's a lot of, contribution to this, because they are connecting different dots, the producers, the industry, the academia, and all these development stakeholders. So I think this plays a very, very important role to bringing people together. And that is where the Rural Connect is all about. That unless we connect these dots, Individually, people are doing their job very nicely, very efficiently. But unless there's a strong connect between these stakeholders, the real benefit will not flow to the commodities and the overall economy will not develop in this segment. So the capacity building, we are also trying, I think we have already supported some of the institutions, not in Bengal, but other states, for bringing out certain catalog of GI products so that in the international market, these catalogs, if it is available, it becomes easy to promote exports of these commodities. So like that in Bengal also, if some agency is interested to take the leadership role, NABARD will be able to support bringing these catalogs for this particular activities. So 5-6 areas at the end I would like to focus. One is that capacity building and awareness about the GI products, which has to be done at all levels, right from the block level, district level, state level, among the rural producers, rural community, and particularly now the new avatar, which is their farmers producer organizations, because earlier it was difficult to deal with the individual farmers, but now these collectives are there and some of them they are very, very active. So I think they can be facilitated to take the leadership role wherever these kind of unique products are there, which are identified with that particular geography. I think the FPOs can be taken on board, and through them, they can in fact directly, the FPOs themselves can be an applicant and directly apply for GI tagging, and their members, their producers can become the registered or the authorized users for this. So this becomes very easy for them to, for the registering agencies to take it forward. Then another important thing about the exhibitions of GI products that we are also trying to have in 1 or 2 places to begin with. There's a need to have a market outlet at the airports, at the railway stations, at the tourist centers of these GI products, because in many of these states you find that when you go to the airport or railway station, you get one display of important products of that particular state. Why not GI products as a separate catalog on this airport? Because this gives a better visibility to these GI products. Then, as I said, expanding the number of registered or authorized users. So I would request that if some of the applicants, if they are listening to me and if they are connected to this platform, NABARD would like to engage with them to expand the user base so that the real communities can be improved and the economic benefit can come to them. Discussion with the Lal Bahadur Shastri Academy in Mussoorie decided that some of these new IS officers, new batch of IS officers, those who are joining and coming to Lal Bahadur Shastri for the induction training, some of them should be identified and given this assignment to work on the GI products in their district, wherever they are posted. And in West Bengal, last year we identified about, in fact, Lal Bahadur Shastri Academy itself, they identified about 49 new IS officers in the country, out of which 9 are from West Bengal, and they have been posted in different districts. And our district officers in NABARD, they are coordinating with those officers to identify, work on new GI products, or even the existing GI products, how can be made more effective. So such kind of assignments are also being given by the Lal Bahadur Shastri Academy, because these new IS officers, they are the administrator for tomorrow. So right from the beginning, if they are taken on board, I think this will go faster. And my request to Chamber also, we will also talk to them separately, that all these 9 IS officers, those have been deployed for this, if at the district level, wherever they are posted, if at the district level a small committee of the stakeholders can be formed under their leadership, they can be the role model or maybe the torch bearer in that district to work on the GI products and leverage on these existing schemes to expand the economic benefit of this GI commodities. Then new products also can be identified. So these are some of the action points I thought that I will just place before the chamber, so that the experts, those who are listening and those who are connected, they can share their views, inputs on this, because this is one area which requires lot of focus and lot of activities, a lot of potential is available to take new products, both in farm sector as well as off farm sector, which can be shortlisted for GI tagging. But more importantly, whatever tagging we are already having, I think a lot of work in process is there for expansion, for taking the full advantage of those through these kind of awareness building and post-registration activities by taking all these stakeholders together. So I think these are some of the things from my side. I will definitely love to engage with all the stakeholders, and we have already advised our district level officers to work closely with those assigned officers and the district administration, the agriculture department and other agencies. Today itself we had a meeting with the DST, who is the nodal agency for GI in government in West Bengal. So the officials of GST were here, DST, they were here, and we were having a dialogue with all the district officers that how to take this agenda forward. And this is one resolve which NABARD has taken at the central level also and in all these states, that we would like to expand the number of the agriculture commodities from the existing 30% to at least 60-65% share, because this is the commodity and this is the area which involves large number of small producers and which can provide and which can become a source for livelihood support to millions and millions of farmers in the country. So I think this is what small initiative we have taken, and with the support of the chamber and all the stakeholders, I wish that we will take it forward in the days to come. I once again thank the organizer for giving me this very lovely opportunity, and as I said, it is always pleasure talking to the people connected to the Bengal Chamber of Commerce, and we will continue to work together. So thank you once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Khan, for your wonderful messages. And I think this is one of the priority for us, for the Bengal Chamber, that we have included as per the guidelines of and directives of NABARD, that GI product populations in the districts of West Bengal also. So we will be having more discussions with your officers. And I have noted personally your advice that 9 IS officers, those are based in the districts of West Bengal, to meet them and to have a proper dialogue for the proper way forward also. And another point, I think, yes, you are absolutely right that there is no such exclusive exhibition or seminar or mela on the GI tag product also. If we can take an initiative that this mela in the rural area is highlighting at least 12 to 14 or 15 items of the GI tag agriculture, that will be better. So we'll be definitely taking your advice on these subjects also, and we'll be moving forward in this time. Sincere thanks for your guidance and your inspiration message also. Thank you, Dr. Khan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I will go to Dr. Rudy Kashyap, founder MART. You see, he will give us a visionary address on 4 A's of rural marketing: availability, affordability, acceptability, and awareness. Because though he is very known to this circle of rural marketing, but still as a protocol, I like to take the advantage of introducing him again to the audience also. He is known as Father of Rural India, a title bestowed on him by late Professor C.K. Prahlad. He is a global thought leader and is sought after speaker, having given over 500 talks across the globe, including 3 talks on the TED. He worked for 20 years with MNCs before starting MART as a business mind, social heart consultancy organization. He has been marketing advisor to Ministry of Rural Development and has served on Prime Minister Office and Chief Minister Committees on Rural Development. He is a World Bank and United Nations consultant and member of advisory committees of Reserve Bank of India and National Bank of Agriculture and Rural Development. So with this, I am humbly request Mr. Kashyap to have his inspirational address to this audience. Sir.
Thank you very much, Jayanta, and thank you to BCCI for inviting me to this very important webinar. To begin with, a lot of old memories come back. I started my career in Calcutta in Exide.
Oh.
So I worked with Exide for 7 years, and Calcutta was second home to me. And then when Dr. Khan was talking about NABARD and the fact that he joined in 1988, I joined the National Advisory Committee of the NFS sector from 89, and I've been associated with NABARD. I was on the Rural Innovation Fund Committee on sanctioning grants. So I have a very long history with NABARD. Let me start by asking a question, and since time is short, I will give the answer. Why is rural important to us? Why are we discussing rural? The first obvious answer is that all our food comes from rural India. As Dr. Sarup also mentioned, that agriculture is very important to us. Okay, all our clothes that we wear, the raw material for them, except for synthetic, so cotton, silk, wool, all comes from rural India. And all our building materials, so whether it is bricks or steel or GI pipes, all that, the raw material comes from rural India. So our roti, kapda, makan comes from rural India. And our very survival depends on the growth of the rural sector. Right? Without that, and then even our tradition and our culture and our festivals, again, about what Dr. Khan was talking about, melas and all. I had done a national study on this in 1995 for the Ministry of Rural Development. All these come from rural India. So a society without culture is no society. So our culture really comes from rural India. Okay? I am going to look at rural India from the corporate lens. Because when you talked about the 4 A's, these 4 A's are linked to corporate India, but how the rural sector has evolved to welcome corporate India and to start using the same kind of products that you and I use. So to explain the evolution of rural markets over the last 30 years, because I came into the sector in 1990, so it's been more than 3 decades, I have evolved a model which I call the 4D model, 4D, D for Delhi. So the first, and each D stands for a decade. So the first decade is the decade of denial. So our economy opened up in 1991. There was a rush of pent-up demand being met. So 2-wheelers, 4-wheelers, housing, international brands, all of them entered the Indian market, and corporates were busy servicing the needs of the growing urban market. Okay? So no corporate was willing to look at the rural market or rural India because they felt that there's a huge opportunity in the urban market, plus the fact that there was not much purchasing power, because I met so many CEOs and they said that people don't have money to buy food. How will they buy our brands? So, and rural then contributed only 25% to the country's GDP. Although that time 75% of India's population in 1990 lived in rural areas, but they contributed only 25% to India's GDP. And therefore, they were obviously very poor because the per capita income was very, very low. Okay? Today, rural India contributes 50% to India's GDP. So in just a period of 30 years, the rural GDP has doubled, and that also on an expanding pie, because the pie was a very small pie in this thing. Today we are talking about a $5 trillion economy in the next couple of years. So what were the important developments that happened during this period? The first was the Panchayati Raj Amendment, where 1/3 of the seats were reserved for women. Yeah? So rural women came out of their homes because they now took up assignments in the panchayat. Yeah? So this was a move towards women's economic empowerment, and how this will link up to the market, I will talk in a minute. The second thing was what Dr. Khan was talking about. NABARD has played a very critical role. And I wish he were there. He has just left the meeting. There would have been some very interesting points that he would have made.
No, I'm here.
Oh, you're here. So. Right. Okay. So, so NABARD introduced the microfinance self-help groups scheme in that decade. And today, there are more than 7 million groups, Dr. Khan, or more. And the total number of women who are involved with these groups is 70 million, on an average 10 women per group. So 70 million women have now got mobility. They've got access to some money of their own because they save and then they take a loan from the group where they start some small micro enterprise or economic activity. Okay? So all these things are leading to women's empowerment. And then NABARD also introduced the Kisan Credit Card in 1998. Okay? And this had two advantages. One, loan was available on the basis of the land holding, the crop production and the productivity. But this loan was made available at much lower rates of interest than what was being paid by the farmers to the local money lender. So money saved is money earned, and this was additional money that came into the hands of the poor to spend. Okay? So that also helped the economy grow, because we know that the GDP is calculated on the basis of the private consumption. That's the biggest component of GDP. And so these were the three factors that were developing virtually under the surface. Corporate India was not aware of it, and most people didn't know what would be the consequences of this. So let us now look at the second decade, which I call the decade of doubt. So it will all be around D. So denial, doubt. Okay? Now what has happened is that corporate India has started showing some little interest in the rural markets, because they now find that the urban markets are moving a little towards saturation. So, but they are still not fully convinced that the rural market is viable. So many companies started doing a pilot, and we were approached by many companies to do one pilot in one district. Okay? But at that time, there were two daring companies. One was ITC, headquartered in Calcutta, and the second was Unilever. So Unilever, as you know, came out with Project Shakti, which Mart implemented, and it's become a global case study at Harvard Business School. It was a very successful model, because more than 50,000 women from microfinance self-help groups were picked up by us, and they have become the dealers for Unilever brands. And many of these women have doubled their incomes, the family income. So this was the micro enterprise they have started by selling urban products to rural people, because everybody buys tea, everybody buys sugar and salt and soap and things like that. So that was one. And the second, of course, was the famous ITC, each of all model for agriculture, aggregation, and then selling to higher level markets. It was also during this period that there were certain important developments again. Like in the first phase, I talked about the important developments. Here, what happened is, first is the women's literacy rate grew at 11.8% versus the urban women's literacy rate, which grew only at 6.9%. So this is the first time that rural literacy rates grew much faster for women. So now you combine this with the earlier thing that I talked about, the self-help groups for women, the Panchayati Raj reservation. So this has led to women's empowerment. And women have now become the new consumer, which I will talk in the last part of my thing. Okay? So, and also with the global meltdown in 2008 and 2009, how did the government respond? By introducing NREGA as a safety net. So NREGA has provided 40,000 crores additional funds in the hands of the rural poor, who now have money to buy some basic, dal chawal, tel and all that. And so these are the things that have resulted in some demand coming up during that period. The third phase is the decade of demand. And this is where I'll tell you that demand has exploded in the face of corporate India. Corporate India was not prepared that they will get such kind of demand. Hiro Motor Corp and Maruti are two examples I want to take here. First, Hiro Motor Corp, out of the 6 million bikes that they produce every year, 3 million are sold in rural India, in the villages of India, not in small towns, in the villages of India. And 400,000 cars are sold by Maruti annually in villages of India. Yeah. So you see how the demand has been building up and leading to this situation. Now suddenly, and simultaneously, the urban markets are now saturated, because how many pressure cookers will you buy? You buy one pressure cooker, it lasts you 7, 8 years, right? So only replacement demand is coming up. There's not very much other demand. So now companies started focusing their attention on the rural markets. Okay? And before this, I just wanted to add, when NABARD came out with the Kisan Credit Card, it had a provision that 20% of the loan could be used for non-agri purchases. So that 20%, supposing I get a loan of 1 lakh, 20% of that is 20,000 rupees. I could use that 20,000 rupees to buy a television. And that is what has happened. In that decade, which is 2000 to 2010, the total number of television sets in rural India outstripped the total number of television sets in urban India. So rural economy is now growing. It's got the stimulus. It's coming into its own. Okay? And there are some very important developments that have happened during this decade. First, all villages with a population of 500 plus now have an all-weather road. That means that although the smaller villages don't have a connectivity, but there is hardly any demand there, because these are with 40 households, 50 households, 100 households. So this has led to 90% of the population, rural population, and 95% of the potential demand can now be tapped by corporates, because they can reach their product through the all-weather roads. That's the first important thing. Electric connections have grown very rapidly during this period. So companies can now sell their durables, which earlier they were not able to sell, not because there was no demand, but because there was no electricity to use these products. Okay? 75% of all new factories in India during that decade of 2010 to 2020 have come up in small towns. And from where does the labor come for these factories? From 100 villages surrounding the area within a distance of 15-20 kilometers. And how do they commute? The Hiro motorcycle that they bought, the 3 million motorcycles that they bought in rural India. So they come, travel 20 kilometers to work, takes them about 45 minutes to commute back. All of us are doing that in Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta and all. Okay? So that has generated more demand for bikes. These people are earning corporate salaries, because which are the factories that have come up? If I take Rudrapur as an example, in Uttaranchal, they've got the Hindustan Lever factory, the PNG factory, Ashok Leyland factory, Tata factories. So they've hired all the workforce from local villages, and these villages are now earning corporate salaries but living in their village. So they're like NRIs who are earning in dollar and come to India and spend in rupees. So you see this thing? Okay. The per capita income in rural India now is 75% of urban per capita income, whereas in the 1990s, it was not even 50%. So you see that there is the rural incomes are rising, the rural GDP is growing, okay, the rural consumption patterns are changing, and as Mr. Sarup Chakrabarti also said, that horticulture output for the first time has outstripped the food grain production. So food grain production that during that decade was about 300 million tons, and horticulture is starting from 320, and now I think it's about 370 million tons. And the per kilo realization of fruit, if sold by proper marketing channels, the realization will be higher than selling 1 kilo of food grain. So you see that that is also adding to the prosperity of rural India. We have become the #1 milk producer in this decade. Yeah? The joint family system, which had broken down in urban India 20 years back, has broken down completely in rural India today. So what has happened is that they are still living under the same family roof, one roof. So I call it in my book, I call it the individualized joint family. So the father is there, there are 4 sons, all of them live under the same ancestral house, but they all have their own kitchens. When they have their own kitchens, now suddenly from 1 pressure cooker, there's a demand for 4 pressure cookers, from 1 small refrigerator to 4 refrigerators. So demand has exploded through this cultural transformation. Okay? Now, in 2016, the Prime Minister announced the Ujjwala scheme for providing 50 million LPG connections to the rural poor. Okay? Now, earlier, these women used to cook on wood chulas and coal chulas, which would leave out so much smoke and so much dust. And women had to sit on the ground. All rural cooking was done on the ground. Whereas LPG, now you are doing this cooking at the countertop. When you do it at the countertop, what is happening is that the women are now saying that aapko counter to banwana hai, 2-4 shelves bhi banwa do. Now, when you make those shelves, very slowly the concept of a micro, modular kitchen is now entering rural India. Okay, and the definition of comfort has changed, because earlier women were sitting on their haunches and in smoky rooms and all. Now they're sitting in a clean kitchen like in our kitchen. Okay, so now women are saying that everything that we buy should be comfort oriented. So from basic need where they didn't have the money, today they have the money, so therefore they're also looking for comfort. So the rural consumer is becoming more like the urban consumer. Okay. Then I go to the latest decade, which is the present decade, which I call the decade of digital and discovery of the new rural consumer. Okay. So we know that everything now works on the Internet of Things. Okay. So Internet is really the big boss now. So if you look at the total number of Internet users in India, the latest numbers that I have is 622 million. Out of 622 million, 300 million are in rural and 322 in urban. You project this to 2025, there'll be a total of 900 million users, of which rural will be 475 and urban will be 425. Can you believe that rural will have more internet connections than urban? And the number of smartphones, people are replacing all their feature phones with smartphones in rural India. So what that means is now they can use the platforms like Amazon and Flipkart and all these. And these companies have worked out a last mile distribution model with the local retailer. So they supply the goods up to the small town. And then the small town guy, the retailer, has somebody on a motorbike who goes and delivers in the village. You know, we have a cottage in a village in Ranikhet, and I get delivery of every Amazon product and every Flipkart product that you will get in Calcutta or I will get in Delhi. Correct? So really speaking, the challenge is going to be what are the new ways of accessing and engaging with the rural consumer. Because I mentioned to you earlier that the new rural consumer is the rural woman, because she's got empowered, she's got money, she's got exposure, she has the same smartphone that her husband has. So the husband we could meet at the Chopal, but the woman will not be able, there's no Chopal for the women. So where will we meet them? That's going to be the challenge. And that's where NABARD's self-help groups Zindabad, because you can hold your meetings and convince rural women to buy products at the self-help group meetings. Okay? So these are the kinds of things, and new product ideas. See, remember one thing, that all products in the world were made for urban people. So the urban American, the urban European, and from there they came to Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta, to the urban Indian, and then hand me down to the rural consumer. But many of the products are not designed for rural this thing. Like you take a simple example of an electric bulb. Okay? The voltage fluctuation it can stand is 220 plus minus 10%. So up to 240 and down to 200. But in villages, the voltage spikes sometimes to 250 volts. I've been sitting in Panchayat meetings and suddenly pat, the bulbs go fuse. So you need to design a bulb where the coil can withstand much higher voltage fluctuation. Similarly for many products. So I'm just trying to give you a sense that this decade will also belong to new ideas. Again, what Dr. Chakravarti talked about, the startups. And the maximum number of startups are happening in agriculture, because in the past we have neglected agriculture technology development completely, right? Whereas in the other sectors, we have done some of this thing. And I will end by just busting some rural myths. The first myth is that when we talk of rural, we equate it to agriculture. Today, agriculture contributes the lowest to rural GDP, not to total GDP. If you take the rural GDP, which accounts for 50% of India's GDP, agriculture is only 30%. Services sector is 40%. And manufacturing is also 30%. So that means agriculture is now contributing the least. And we know that on all India level, agriculture contributes 15%. 15% contribution to GDP, 50% people engaged in agriculture. So the poorest people that we have in this country are agriculturists. And that is why the land holding is 0.6 hectare, 0.7 hectare. We have to take off at least 100 million people from agriculture. So the challenge is, where are we going to find employment for them? It has to be in the non-farm sector. It will have to be in the services sector. And in rural India, only 40% are engaged in the services sector, whereas in contribution, whereas in urban, the contribution of the services sector is 70%. In every developed economy, service sector accounts for at least 70-75%. So in rural also, we have to move in that direction. The second myth is, we think that rural people buy only cheap products, but actually they buy value for money. We have many people we know who have bought John Deere tractors and not the cheap tractors because they need quality. Risk averse. Agriculture is total risk. So how can they be risk averse? They take much more risk than even corporate India. Okay? Literacy levels are low. That's a belief. But do you know that there are more graduates in rural India than in urban India? Okay. So in conclusion, I will just say that I have taken you through a 30-year rural market journey in less than 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
I think it is a really a heartbreaking and what to say. This last 4 Ds which you have explained to us, it is really a big learning for us, and what transformation took place in rural marketing and the data you have showed, it is a really eye-opener for the participants, including me also, sir. And I think you have given a very, very vivid descriptions of the rural India and the way forward also. I think we are extremely obliged to you for your inspiring presentations, and we'll work on it. We'll have a more connections with you in future also, sir. So truly at BCCI, we are obliged to you for your kind presence and your deliberations also. So I think we have reached our end of the session also. I am really thankful all the distinguished speakers here, starting from Sri Shobhandev Chattopadhyay, Minister in charge, Department of Agriculture, Government of West Bengal, who has taken his time to address the audience. So thank you, sir, for your kind presence. And Dr. Sapan Kumar Chakrabarti, Vice Chancellor of Uttar Bengal Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, for his wonderful presentations. And he has presented from the village, which shows that the network has improved. What Mr. Kashyap just now told, that network connectivity has improved a lot. That is the testimony of that also. I think Dr. Khan, Chief General Manager of NABARD, has given a very inside story of the GI product promotions from Eastern region, and his way forward also he has explained. I think thanks Dr. Khan for your messages, and we will take it forward with you from the Chamber of Commerce along with the other stakeholders also. And last but not the least, Mr. Pradeep Kashyap, who is really a visionary leader. You have really enlightened the audience through your lecture, and I think we have learned a lot, and we will work at. So sincere thanks to you for your kind presence, sir. So big thanks to all panelists for the inaugural session, where the title was the policy perspective, growth, challenges, and opportunities to rural stakeholders. Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you.
I think our next schedule of next agenda is on the CEO's roundtable on Vision 2030, India's rural market competitiveness and opportunities. I understand all the panelists and the moderator are already onboarded. So thank you all for your kind for accepting the invitations. So we will be starting these sessions immediately, sir.
Jayanta, you on mute.
Oh, good afternoon, everybody. It is nice to have you on board in this meeting. I think truly obliged to all of you for taking some time from busy schedule to address us today. And today's we have concluded the inaugural session, where it was the policy perspective, growth, challenges, and opportunities in rural stakeholders. Just we have finished where Minister in charge, then from NABARD, from the Vice Chancellor, and Mr. Pradeep Kashyap from MART has attended this session. So now we are moving to one of the very, very interesting and very important session of our Rural Connect, CEO's Roundtable on Vision 2030, India's rural market competitiveness and opportunities also. Here we are having in the panel Mr. Jayan Mehta, Chief Operating Officer, Amul. I think Mr. He has already is here. Yeah. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Mr. Ramakrishna Mudulkar, he is there. Mr. G.K. Venugopal, he is also, I believe, he's here also. And the sessions will be moderated by none other than Mr. Hemendra Mathur, venture capitalist, Bharat Innovation Fund. So before handing over Mr. Mathur, it is my privilege to introduce these distinguished panelists here. Those who are the visionary by nature, because they are the people who has directing this rural India and culture to a great extent. So I will take just a couple of minutes to introduce, starting from the moderator, Mr. Hemendra Mathur. I think Mr. Hemendra Mathur, over 25 years of experience in venture capital, private equity management, consulting, and investment banking in India, South Asia, Europe, and USA. About 30 years of experience in early stage and growth capital investing, about 12 years of management consulting and investment banking experience in the food, agribusiness, retail, and consumer goods industry for corporate as well as the government of India and state governments. Thank you, Mr. Mathur, for accepting your invitations and with us. We are also receiving articles of your on agri-tech and others, which is also enriching our knowledge. Again, I am very much happy to introduce Mr. R.K. Mudolkar. He is the ex-president of DuPont, South Asia. Currently, strategic advisor to two Indian agri companies and an independent board director on Nagarjuna Agrichem and an advisory board member in the IndiGram Labs. Mr. Mudolkar also supports agri startups like Bioprime Solutions, Farm Guide, and others. He also co-founded Global Bioenergy Linkages that works on biological solutions in the world agriculture. He is actively supporting girl child education and women's corporate leadership development and empowerment directly and through working with NGOs like Prayatna, School of Excellence, and Talent Nominees. I can continue on giving more details, but I'm telling you, he is also he was a member in the board of the member of the Agri Committee of the head of the Agri Committee of the FICCI and other associates. So I think Mr. Mudolkar, thanks for joining us today. And I'd like to introduce now Mr. Jain Mehta, joined Amul. He joined Amul in 1999 and worked in various roles as brand manager, group product manager, and general manager in marketing function. He is an alumnus of Institute of Rural Management Anand, in short IRMA. Presently, he is the Chief Operating Officer of Amul. Welcome, Mr. Mehta, for accepting invitations. And I also privileged to introduce Mr. G.K. Venugopal. He is an agricultural graduate from University of Agriculture Science, Dharwad, and brings 3 decades of experience in the field of strategic planning, business development, sales and marketing, channel management, relationship management, and team management. So I think nothing better than the team we can expect in the discussions of the serious panel. Here actually, our topic is Vision 2030, India's rural market competitiveness and opportunities. I now request and hand over this to Mr. Hemendra Mathur to coordinate this program. Sir, please.
Thank you, Jayanta, for inviting me to this forum and giving an opportunity to moderate the session. And thanks for very comprehensive introduction. It's my privilege to have stalwarts like Ram, Venu, and Jain on this panel. I think all of them are an authority on the subject that we will be talking about in next 1 hour or so. And it's a very interesting topic, visioning 2030. When we usually think of agriculture, it's always short term. We are still probably have that legacy of 5-year planning, that government used to do. But I think it's time we should have a long-term vision with a lot of short-term execution sort of milestones. But it's very important, especially the kind of challenges that we see in agriculture, like climate change, farm incomes. We can't solve for it if we have a 2-year, 3-year kind of a vision. And we need to really think long-term. And I would also like all the panelists to talk a little bit about the innovations that they're seeing in the space, to make this vision a bit more holistic from the point of innovation perspective. Of course, there's a role for policy, there's a role for infrastructure, but I'm seeing innovation as growth driver for agriculture in many ways. So I would definitely like them to share their views on this subject. So maybe we can get started with the discussion. Maybe I can start with Venu, if that's okay. Venu, you have, and probably Ram can also take the same question. When you look at agri-input space or agrochemical space, how do you see this space evolving? What I'm seeing that there are a lot of agri-input players who are moving from product to service mindset. We are seeing a lot of companies becoming solutioning companies rather than selling a fertilizer or a seed or agrochemical. They're providing data, they're providing advisory, some of them are also doing spraying. Drones are coming into picture for a change. So how do you see, both of you who have done so much of work in this space, how do you see this space evolving? If we talk about 2030, what's your vision? How this space is going to shape up? Maybe Venu can go first and then Ram can follow. Venu, you're on mute. You're on mute.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, thanks to BCCI, Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries, for inviting me to such a big forum. And out of the three panelists, I can say I'm a Shishya of Mr. Ram. Of course, I interacted with him plenty of times when he was there with the DuPont as an industry junior colleague, I can say. So really, it is a proud moment for me to share the platform with you. And see, as you said, the changes, what is happening in agrochemicals space, and how the companies are really working towards that, and how it is leading. So first of all, let us, I wanted to give what is actually agriculture in the sense how the agrochemical industries are there. I think we are all agreed that agriculture has been a very crucial sector for India. I think we'll agree with that. And also agriculture continues to be a dominant player in the Indian economy. The country has significant potential for high and sustained growth in agriculture and as well as in allied sectors. Of course, agrochemicals are one of the key inputs required for crop protection and better yield for both pre and post-harvest stages. Why? Because even at all the stages, we need a crop protection agrochemicals so that we can increase the quality as well as the quantity. Of course, we always work on, always we make a guidance to the farmers. Judicious use of crop protection chemicals supports sustainable farm management and delivers socio-economic benefits to meet the challenges of Indian population which is growing. Otherwise, to get one lunch, one dinner and one breakfast will be very tough for us to feed this population. The Indian agriculture sector faces some major challenges. Of course, I was listening from the earlier panelist also because I joined 5 minutes earlier. He was talking about fragmented agriculture. Yes, challenges, definitely it is one of the biggest challenge in agriculture is a fragmented land holdings. Because of the small land holdings, we are not able to penetrate into the high-tech agriculture, or I can say we are not able to attract the big investments. Of course, there is a decreasing in cultivable area. Why? Because of the urbanization, the cultivable area is also decreasing. And because of the fragmented landholding and low cultivable area, leading to the low productivities, and also it leads to the low awareness levels among the farmers and low penetration of the technology. But still, lot of companies are trying to put lot of technologies into the agriculture. A significant portion of the farm productivity is lost to pest and diseases, lack of irrigation facilities, though we have lot of reservoirs in our country, but the use of that water is also not happening because our over dependence on a traditional method of farming. Wherein what I am talking over here is we always work on flood irrigation rather than the micro irrigation and other systems where we can increase the irrigation facilities to the larger acreages. The importance of agrochemicals needs to be viewed in the context of improving agricultural yields rather than getting the agrochemicals into the different meaning of that. As their proper use may lead to the approximately 20 to 30% in the productivity. That's what I can feel by using judicious use of agrochemicals when it is required at the right time, at the right place, we can increase the productivity by almost 20 to 30%. Currently, use of agrochemicals in the Indian sector is lowest in the country. I can say in India, which is around 500 to 600 grams per hectare. Whereas in other countries, or if you take worldwide, it is around, I can say 2,200 to 2,400 grams per hectare. But if you talk about China, if you talk about US, if you talk about Brazil, they are much higher than the much higher than the India, where they use lot of agrochemicals per unit area. But still, the use of agrochemicals per hectare is given higher in countries, definitely in these countries, but still they manage all the residual levels. The Indian agrochemicals industry is in the fourth largest in the world, and India has the potential to become the global hub for the production. That is what it is coming out. And recently you have seen the PLI scheme from the government also. And use of agrochemicals in improving agricultural yields and increasing their production and export will contribute significantly to the Indian economy. As you said, there are a lot of startups which are coming in the agriculture space. Majorly, for example, recently you have seen the drones. Of course, there is a very good guideline which has come up in the country for the use of drones in agriculture. Of course, today we are talking about, AI, artificial intelligence through the use of by drone, and also application of fertilizers can be done through the drones. And also we can have the agrochemical spray, whether it is an insecticide, whether it is an herbicide, whether it is an fungicide, any chemicals can be sprayed in the agriculture by use of these drones. Today, I came to know that there are around 200 startups which have started, manufacturing or production of drones. And in future, I can say in shortly within 1 or 2 years, we can see thousands of such kind of a startup which will come in agriculture to make use of these drones in agriculture. But these kind of an innovations, it is leading to the lot of, I can say, employment in the rural areas, as well as complete digitization of our activities in our agriculture. So these are some of the innovations. Apart from this, hello.
Yes, Venu.
Apart from this, there are many other startups which are working on, for example, some of the companies, they work on, you said rightly, that they give us services. Services is not one service. Like insurance, they will give the one service, like crop insurance. Second one is they link to the like microfinance guys. Third one is they lease for some of the equipments for the mechanization of the agriculture. Apart from that, they give a lot of prediction about the weather, and also even some of the cases they will predict about nutritional management, water management, as well as pest and diseases management. You can use this kind of an artificial intelligence in case of agriculture. These are the few changes which is happening. Of course, COVID-19 also has pushed us very fast to make it digitization. Why? Because in many cases, I have seen some of the technology which they have platform they have created, wherein the farmer has to put his produced information and he could able to sell from his farmhouse only during the even COVID-19. That kind of a technology which is coming up over here, and that will lead to a lot of development in agriculture.
Thanks, Venu. This is a very comprehensive view of how the industry is evolving, and especially you touched upon a lot of new technologies, optimization of inputs, pest detection, drone application, digitization. And that brings me to Ram, who has seen both sides of the coin, the industry side and the startup side. I mean, he's a veteran. He's been working with many startups, I know. Ram, your views on how new age innovations are going to change the face of Indian agri input market, how it can make it more effective, how large corporates are going to engage with farmers. I'm seeing an intent to engage more with farmers. Initially it was more like channel engagement, but now I see a desire to engage with farmers directly. And as far as startups are concerned, is it a competitive situation, or is it more like a collaborative opportunity for large corporates? So Ram, if you can touch upon some of these points, that'll be helpful. You have to unmute, Ram.
From you are on mute.
We are used to putting ourselves on mute. So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much, Hemant, and hi to Venu and Jen. Nice to be on this panel here. So I think it's a larger question which Hemant, you have put on the agricultural scenario changing, how the technology solutions will evolve. So I think it was very interesting to see some of the numbers, and I'm talking in the context of Vision 2030, if you allow me, because that's been the topic that we have. In fact, in this last budget itself, and a few months back, or whenever it was, the Prime Minister also announced India at 100, moving from India at 75. So we are in the 75th independence year. And when we complete 100 years in 2047, what we want to be. So I thought that was a brilliant thought. And Hemant, you were saying right at the beginning, the bane of our policy making has been, no concrete, coherent, long-term policy in all sectors and at a macro level for the overall economy. If we are starting to look at 2047, which is about 25 years from now, it's a huge thing. How we get it, that's what China did right from 82 onwards with a very hardcore long-term vision of 40 years, 50 years, and they have arrived. If we look back, this has been a problem with India. We are just year to year, we exit at the most 5-year planning process, that has not allowed us to think, or whatever be the reason. So 2030 is a nearby target. So more than the vision, I think if we have an even longer vision of 2047, first 10 years to 2030 should actually be more on really executing the early parts of that vision and keeping the whole rural, if you're talking about rural connect. So the strategy around rural connect and agri being a major part of rural connect. So from that context, I think 2030 becomes important to really lay the foundation of executing some great strategies as a part of the longer term vision. So therefore, I was listening to Rudy Kashyap. I think all of you probably were. It's very interesting that we have been hearing him for many years now. It's no more rural India that I have heard. And if I have to recoin it, I'll say that urbanization of rural India has started and is happening, and it's going to be increasingly so in terms of many things. So the digital being, one way of leapfrogging that. Today, the rural India is very different. It's some of the urban aspects have already seeped into rural India. The households have all the electronic gadgets. The rural folks have access to all the digital, payment systems. They have, all the access to all the new channels of the world as we in the urban cities we have. So everything about rural India is getting urbanized. And so will be many other aspects as increasingly we move in that direction. Again, thinking at a higher level, also urbanization was restricted to earlier 6 major cities, then spread to maybe as of now 20 cities max. But the beauty of it is, I think the urbanization in India is spreading horizontally to cities across the country. By 2030, I'm sure it will be centered around 100, 20, 150 cities in it. So it will be very, very widespread. So agriculture will be impacted. So will also be the rural economy. So therefore, what will change for last 30 years, productivity has mainly been driven post-green revolution by agri inputs. There's no doubt in my mind about that. Fertilizers, agrochemical seeds. So these have driven the productivity to current levels over the last 30 years. But I think moving forward, will it be a linear equation like Hemant, your question? Company to distributor to farmer? I don't think so. So are we aware, all input companies, about the world that we will look at, rural world in 2030? I'm sure we are not aware. We are not even drawing a picture of that 2030 scene. But just imagine so much technology, drones, startups providing services to farmers, urbanization of rural India. That means their awareness levels about safety, what they consume, safety of the children, is all going to be totally different. In my view, it will not be a linear, relationship between input companies, channel, and farmer. There will be many, many more players, including the corporates, despite the farm laws having been now put on back burner. There has to be a role. And nobody has to make a policy decision. I think the things will evolve in such a way that will happen. So to just keep it short, it's going to be a different world. And just imagine 10 years from there on, 2040, or to India at 100 at 2040. You're looking at a completely different world. And the way the pesticides or any inputs will be delivered, reach to the farmer, and the drones and all are there, but there will be many, many other things that will come into the picture. Data driven, very, very focused, limited area decision making will be enabled. So much intelligence with data and other things. You will know exactly when it is going to rain and when, for how many days it's not going to rain. So today we still live in an uncertain world, right? So with all these changes, companies have to really remodel, reorganize, and have a vision to really play themselves into this game. More about it after some more years, but yeah.
Thanks, Ram. No, that's a great perspective, and I totally agree with you. All said and done, COVID has been positive for our rural economy,
Yes.
though not great for anyone else or for the country, but the kind of changes that we have seen in rural India, especially proving the resilience. Food production kept on growing despite the 2 pandemic years. And I can tell you as an investor, majority of investors who were fence sitting made their first deal during COVID time, because they saw this is one sector which will give you return, which is not.
And I was just reading, agri GDP contribution to national GDP, touched 20% in 2021, first year of pandemic, which is after 2003-04. So it was a great year for agriculture. Just sorry for interruption.
So even if you talk of agri-tech, out of $2.5 billion received till date, almost $1.5 to $1.8 billion came in last 2 years. Just imagine the shift in the investor sentiment is quite significant. Thanks, Ram and Venu, for giving a great perspective. And from there, we move on to another extremely critical sector of Indian economy, which is dairy. And who's more informed than the company which has set the rules for the industry, which is Amul. And I think all of us take pride when we talk of Amul. I think this is one of the brands which probably has touched each and every individual in the country. I don't think anyone in the country doesn't know about Amul. I think it's a great story, an inspirational story, which continue to inspire not just companies. I can tell a lot of startups get inspired from the Amul story. So Jayan, would be very, very interesting to hear from you. How do you see dairy industry changing? How do you see role of innovations in this? Especially, we are seeing a lot of digitization of the dairy supply chain now, and I'm sure you are part and parcel of it. We are seeing new veterinary platforms coming. We are seeing platforms for cattle trading coming for a change, which is quite interesting. We are seeing some focus on cattle feed, silage, so a lot of changes happening in the dairy industry. So that's one part of my question. Second, if I can ask you, there are a lot of startups in this dairy sector, and everyone want to work with Amul, but they struggle to figure out how to get to Amul and how do we build partnership with Amul. So if you can answer that also, that'll be very useful.
Okay, thank you so much, Himendraji, and thank you, Jayantaji, for the kind words of introduction and inviting Dudhwala to this session. Very happy to be here because rural is one thing which you can never say no. So when Smarjit ji told me about this, I said yes, because my journey in rural management started way back in 1989 when I joined IRMA, the Institute of Rural Management. And ever since then, after passing out in 91, I've been working here at Amul. And obviously the dairy industry has witnessed a huge change over the last 7 decades. Amul is now 75 years old. And the kind of opportunities that you see in this sector are more and more as the day progresses. Milk is the largest agricultural crop of India. Now, since we are discussing rural, we are discussing agriculture. This is a fact which is not known to many people, that the total value of output of milk in India is more than wheat, rice, paddy, oilseeds put together. So that is what is the contribution of dairy sector to the country's economy. The recent economic survey said milk contributes to 5% of India's GDP. And it's obviously 1/3 of India's agricultural GDP. And more than 10 crore people, families actually, depend on dairy industry for their livelihood. So agriculture, milk, all are integrated, very related. And together, actually, they are boosting the rural economy of the country. When we talk about marketing, in this case, it is like aapka paisa mujhe chahiye to sell my products. Okay, this is what is the typical way in which most of the FMCG companies or the corporates look at the rural as a market. The dairy industry and particularly the Amul model is actually looks at rural in a very different way. It is how we find a market for the rural produce is what is the challenge which the dairy sector has always grappled with. And thanks to a very supportive policy environment when we know the story of Operation Flood, how Dr. Kurian replicated the Amul model from 1970 onwards through 3 Operation Flood programs to make India the largest producer of milk in the world is known to us. Okay, now today at 200 million metric ton, which is roughly 8 to 9 lakh crore rupees of value turnover of this particular sector, India continues to grow at the rate which is more than double the global rate of dairy. Okay, and another 10-15 years down the line, when the world milk production, which is currently say about 900 million metric tons, which means India is about 20-22% of the global milk production, it will increase to 1150 million metric tons. India will increase from 200 million metric ton to 350 million metric ton, which means 30% or more than 30% of the total milk in the world in next 10 years will be from India. But if you just look at the incremental volume, which is a 250 in the world, 150 will come from India. So 2/3 of the total milk in the world, incremental milk in the world in the next decade or so will be produced in India. So as Himendraji said, there is a huge opportunity for everyone to be a part of this story. And here our story begins with the farmers and ends with the customers, because Amul is a fully integrated value chain which is owned by the farmers. So farmers are members of a cooperative at a village society level. They own the society, village society owns the district milk processing unions like Amul, Mehsana, Sabar, Banas, all the district unions that we have. And all the district unions put together own the marketing federation where I work. And we do the job of marketing the dairy products which are manufactured based on the milk which is given by the farmers. So in Gujarat, we have 36 lakh farmers affiliated to more than 18,500 village societies. And we are collecting about 280 lakh liters of milk every day, which is sold in a variety of forms. And at the total cumulative volume of about 10 billion liters or 10 million metric tons, we contribute to roughly 5% of what is total India's milk production. So you can see for Amul, and as Mathurji said that Amul is a known and a revered name, but you can see what all still we have the opportunity to do as far as using this model for further development is the kind of opportunity that we look at for the coming 10, 15, 20 years and more. And overall, India also sees a very, very large opportunity. So the more efforts we make in integrating the rural, the entire value chain, basically milk from millions of rural producers to urban markets, and doing maximum value addition so that we are able to pass on the largest share of the consumer's rupee to the producer, this will actually make rural economy very, very strong. We talked about COVID a short while ago. When nothing else was working, it was the cooperative dairies across India were taking milk from all the farmers. They did not stop working. Amul, in fact, worked 120% of the normal capacity because there was no reason. I mean, we couldn't have refused any liter of milk from any of our farmer members. And the entire, supply chain also was intact, and consumers got the milk, and as a result of which all of us could demonstrate the benefit of having a farmer-owned value chain, which helped the entire nation during the worst times of crisis. So if we are talking about growth of the rural sector for the next 10, 15, 20 years, agriculture and dairy are fully integrated, and the more emphasis we do in form of value addition of these products for the customers, it will lead to a huge market opportunity for both the farmers themselves, because they get more incomes, and obviously their investment into dairy and animal husbandry related activities will increase, and so much as others who want to get integrated as a part of this journey. So all the innovations which Hemendraji mentioned about, in all the aspects, he talked about silage, which is basically trying to provide good quality feed to the cattle at an economic rate, to use of technology, use of milking machines, digitization, and even providing the best AI services, which is basically breeding of the cattle, looking at the feeding aspects of the cattle, looking at the supply chain and cold chain enhancement, the equipments that are required to process this incremental milk, which is going to come. More and more people moving from unorganized to organized, loose to package and branded. That's the kind of opportunity that we all see. And the vision of the dairy industry is very clear. Amul also is working on a long-term plan to build all of these, because we are dealing with more than 3.6 million farmer members. And anybody who wants to be a part of it, actually, there is no entry barrier to it per se. There are many startups who are coming in and working with several dairy cooperatives. We're working with a lot of leading entrepreneurs also, innovators also, to get into this space and build this basically with a simple objective that we should be able to pass on the largest share of the consumer's rupee to the producer, which will ensure his interest, her well-being into this entire thing. There are many other aspects to cooperative dairying, which maybe we'll talk about it later. In the earlier session, people talked about role of women and the involvement of women. Amul is a very, very classic example of how empowerment of women has been possible through the cooperatives. But I think this will be a short answer to what Hemendraji asked, and maybe we'll talk about it in detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Jain. I think the number that you shared are staggering. Incremental 1/3 production coming from India in milk is a very, very large number on such a large base.
2/3. 2/3.
2/3. Oh my God.
2/3.
That's a very large number, because we are not talking small base. 200 million tons already, and yes, that's some real growth. And I'm sure a lot of innovation that we are talking hopefully will add to that number on the positive side. Thanks, Jain. I have many questions for you. Hope we have time to cover that also. Maybe we can have another round of discussion, and I can go back to Venu at this point of time. Venu, you said that we want to become a global hub for innovations in agrochemical. My specific question to you: do we have that R&D capability? India is always seen as a country which is manufacturing generics, be it pharmaceuticals or agrochemicals. Do you see we have the capability to develop innovative molecules which can, address the challenges? The pest, the new pests. The cropping patterns are changing. Climate is changing. Do we have the capability? And if yes, where this capability is going to come from? Is it the corporate sector? Is it multinational? Is it our ICR sort of network or startup? Where do you see this capability coming from? And secondly, if you can also touch upon the potential of bioproducts, because of late, given the focus on natural farming and organic farming, we are seeing huge amount of innovations in the biospace, biopesticide, biostimulants. biofertilizers. So if you have any views on that, that'll be useful. You have to unmute,
Yeah. You first, I think you asked for two questions. What will be the future of bioproducts? Like what we are talking about, natural farming, organic farming, and other things. Second one is it India is going to be the hub of only the production, or it is going to be an R&D?
Yes.
Centric, R&D centric. In agrochemicals, I think Mr. Ram also will agree with this. Innovative products from Indian, I can say, research in research forms, whether it is in Indian companies or any other companies. Only few, I can say, only in few numbers I can count the kind of an research which has happened in an Indian lab. Actually, most of the research which is there is a collaborative work which is coming to India, and in turn, for the development of that research into the production, as well as I can say to improve upon the other aspects of the R&D, it is happening in India. For example, in agrochemicals, I have not seen one new molecule from the Indian origin place. Last 10 years, whatever we talk about, whether it is from the MNCs, either from the Germany or from the Japan, or like this kind of a product only it is there. It is all a collaborative thing, kind of a work it is going on, and that is coming to India. In turn, they produce here because of the benefits what they get it, and that is going to around the world. For a generic molecules, yes, lot of developments it is happening over here, and the export also. Now I can say it is somewhere around 25,000 crores of export of agrochemicals which is happening. It is almost, I can say, equivalent or little less than the domestic total consumption from Indian market is concerned. So that's what it is happening over there. As far as bio is concerned, so what I think we have, I can say, this bio and natural farming, it gives me suddenly why we should use agrochemicals. That question comes over there, the moment. Why we should use chemicals on the fruits and vegetables. But if you see the overall loss from the pest and diseases, it is very high. It is very high. The kind of a production what we need to do per unit area on year, it is the demand is increasing. But of late, what is happening is the quality of the produce also people are looking, as well as the quantity of the produce also people are looking. That means we want higher quantity as well with a higher quality of the produce we wanted. There, what happens is some of the bioproducts, for example, bioproducts it may be a compost, it may be an beautiful, I can say, bioproducts there is a product called pheromones. Pheromones are the pseudochemicals which makes the, I can say, opposite sex, I can say, it can, what I to say is, when the pheromone is released, to be precise, what happens is the action of the opposite sex changes. That means it gets attracted towards the female. That kind of a synthesis of synthetic pheromone is coming out. And the use of these kind of a pheromones in our industry has to go up. But this has to be on a community basis. Then only this kind of a pheromones can be used, wherein it can become an alternative use of agrochemicals for a certain pest. But it should be integrated pest management along with the pheromones and the agrochemicals. That has to come up in the future. And the natural farming, it is just to improve the soil fertility as well as overall condition of the soil has to be increased. It doesn't mean that in the natural farming or organic farming, we should be forgetting the use of agrochemicals in the control of pest and diseases. That's what is my view for the organic products.
Okay. Thanks, Venu. This is very practical view, I must say. I totally agree it's not that we can do away with agrochemicals. It's extremely important to prevent the crop loss. Totally agree. Ram, question to you. If for this new age innovations to reach to farmers, we need very strong ecosystem in villages, who understand these innovations, who can, convince farmers, because farmers are not going to trust a person coming from Bangalore or Delhi to tell them, what AI is all about and how that's going to work, right? You need very strong local ecosystem. And we are seeing some developments out there, like one is FPO, which is a very ambitious scheme from the government side also, how to build more FPOs. There's a focus on building village level entrepreneurship, right? So how do you see our village level ecosystem changing? Of course, one is also the digitization part and the fact that you mentioned more smartphones, access to 4G, broadband, that will of course improve the adoption. But what changes that we as a country want to see in the rural ecosystem, which can hopefully make these innovations penetrate better?
Yeah, I think that's a very good question. So when we talk about innovations, it's happening in many of the areas. Like India has been good at innovations in different sectors and areas rather than inventions. So there is a distinction between invention and innovation. And like agrochemicals, Venu was talking about, we have been good at inventions. We never invested in, sorry, the other way. Innovations we have been good at, but country has never invested being an inventor. And it's not everybody's capability because it's very expensive and all that. But you take any sector, we have not been big inventors. Same story with pharmaceuticals. So we have been innovators, but we also, at least in agrochemicals, little bit lost track in innovations because there is so much happening in China. Last 20 years, we depend, no technical plant was put in India, a new one. So mostly we are depending on imports from China because of various reasons and policy mishap and all that also, the 9-3 thing. So anyway, so innovations we are good at, but we have to, bring 1,000 horsepower energy or even more behind, innovations. So in the larger context, if, the focus should be when we are, driving this ecosystem, I think the whole effort for decades has been on the production side. So the whole investment from the government, the policy making, the push for productivity. It's been like 50 years now we're talking about production side of agriculture, which also means therefore productivity of crops through better irrigation, better seed varieties, better crop protection, nutrition, fertilizer, everything, soil management. I think we have to shift gear and come up with post-production, marketing-driven, policy making for agriculture. And let's talk about agriculture broadly. Rural is much bigger, play. So the focus has to shift from being just production-oriented agriculture to really marketing-oriented, let's say, agriculture. Now I'll go to the extent of saying that, some of you will be interacting with policymakers. The Ministry of Agriculture has to be divided into two. One is concentrating on production agriculture, other on, marketing of agriculture products, where the FPOs and all come. Now, once you have that mindset, those will drive innovations then. Because a lot of innovations will happen and it's going to evolve. Youngsters are so energetic, full of ideas, not like us when we started 30 years back. We had very few options and we were also therefore working in a narrow lane. It's no more. Youngsters want to experiment. That's why no wonder there are so many startups in India, everybody wanting to make a difference. So you'll see those innovations self-driven. Various areas, I think we can talk about what are those areas, but that's not the point. The innovations will happen, money will come, There will be a lot of startups. Local ecosystem has to develop. But if there is a driver under marketing head, that will drive the required innovation in a very coherent way. For example, Hemendra, just on the output side, marketing, when we talk about, India export just about $50 billion. I mean, I've been hearing this for last 20 years. Maybe it has moved from 40 to 50 or 30 years. I can't remember. It must be around 50 or 55. That's the number, right?
Less than 50, actually.
Less than 50. Correct. It's less than 50. So we are an agriculture nation, all agroclimatic zones. We grow all kinds of food. I was asking in one of the discussions with ministries, what's our vision for agriculture, just in terms of exports? There was no number anywhere in the policy document. Is it $500 billion by, let's say, 2040? Because today agriculture is 20% because of pandemic, otherwise normally 14, 15%, right? And I was reading our economy is going to become by 2030, since we were talking about 2030, overall economy is going to grow $2.7 trillion today to $8.4 trillion, slightly more than 3x. The consumption expenditure is going to grow from 1.5 to $3 trillion, 2x. All that will drive the economic growth everywhere. And ag GDP, of course, if it remains at 14, 15%, we are talking about $2 trillion, out of that 8, right? So therefore, what should be exports out of that? Today, just about 50 out of $460 billion, about 11%. Now, once we have that kind of vision, then I think you give directions to efforts of entrepreneurs, whether they are startups or innovators, to move in that direction. So that will be my broader point. And so that, especially in terms of how we store products, how we mold, food processing, various other things, how to get the best price to the farmer. Because Amul is an example, highly successful because it worked on giving something to the farmer. All of us have worked in the industry where we only want to sell to the farmer. And unfortunately, formulas were focusing on how to get better price for farmers that for various reasons has fell through. But those will be my comments.
Sure, and I see an opportunity of building farmer brands. Even in areas which are traditionally not touched upon. Rice, fruits, vegetable. Thanks to technology, and in pandemic, we saw for the first time farm to fork happening. Where farmer groups went all the way to cities and sold their products.
Yeah.
So clearly, I'm hopeful that we'll see more farmer brands coming from rural India. With that, maybe we can have one last question for Jen. Then, of course, there are many questions for you, but one thing which I want to very specifically, you talked about the volume of milk. Of course, we are the leaders. We'll continue to be the leaders for many, many years. What about the quality of milk? Because that is also important, right? And especially when we see a lot of dairy brands, especially, brands like Country Delight and Pride of Cows. And there's so many examples now where consumer is paying 80 rupees, 100 rupees a liter for milk and, ghee, again, 500, 1,000 rupees a kg. So clearly, I see there's a section of consumer which is willing to pay premium for good quality milk, right? I remember the days when milk price used to increase by 1 rupee and it was headline of Times of India, but I don't see that happening anymore, right? So clearly there's a demand for quality milk, and Amul being the leader in this space, how do you see that space changing? And how do you drive quality milk production, working with farmers, improving chilling infrastructure, more better extension services, things like that? How do you see that shaping up?
I think it's a very good point because end of the day, when we are customer facing, the quality becomes the most important factor. If the quality is right, the price will be right. So that's a very, very simple equation that you have to do that. First, let me talk about Amul, then I'll talk about industry in general. So Amul, since as I mentioned earlier, we deal with 3.6 million farmers who are owners of Amul, and they have formed up 18,600 village cooperative societies, from which so much of 280 lakh liters to 300 lakh liters of milk every day flows. So our simple rule is that you have to check every single liter of milk which comes into the system. And when you as a customer buy any of the Amul product, it has to meet the highest possible quality standards. Okay, and that's where the checks and balances are there in the system, and multiple levels of testing happen right from the village level to the market level, in which we are able to ensure the quality. And that's how you see a range of Amul products and people actually blindly trusting the quality of Amul products per se. Okay, so this, to maintain that integrity in the system is very, very important. Good part about us is that we are not like any other private company buying from farmers who are just the suppliers of milk. Our farmer members are the owners of this brand. And obviously, in a village, if one person is also found doing some malpractice, all other members of the cooperative will suffer. So this is the social system, and the check and balance of a social system as owners of the cooperative is helping us a lot in not only improving the quality of milk, but also carrying out various programs to improve the overall production of milk, reduce the costing of milk, improve the profitability of milk, provide other services like cattle feed. Like we are India's largest manufacturer of cattle feed. We make 10,000 tons of cattle feed every day. Good quality, nutritious feed being supplied to the farmers at no profit, no loss basis. And particularly breed improvement and a lot of things related to that also happening continuously. So there is this drive, to improve the productivity, reduce the cost, and end of the day provide the best quality product to the customers. And that's how this closed ecosystem is working so well. The country also has realized this. The government has also tight standards for food, food safety, and various implementations are technologies being deployed for implementing that quality of milk available in general to customers across the country is much superior quality than what it was before. And all of us in the industry are very vigilant about it, and we take steps to ensure that nobody shortchanges the system in one way or another. Now, second part of your question was talking about the supposedly so-called premium brands coming into it. Anyone who wants to directly buy milk from the farmer and sell to the customer, and any of the names you mentioned, be it private companies or startups or even cooperatives doing that, is welcome, because as long as there's a market for the products which the farmer is making, it's good for them. Part of it is the premiums which they try to command is based on what you call the ignorance of the customer. Okay, so let me share one such small caselet, which is say A2 milk and A2 ghee. Okay, so A2 is a type of supposedly protein, which is what was invented in Australia, New Zealand, trying to say it's different than that of this. Okay, but India में आप देखोगे तो entire 100% buffalo milk in India is A2 milk. Okay, देसी काऊ का पूरा milk is A2 milk. एंड मोर इम्पोर्टेंटली इंडिया में भी जो हुआ है प्योर ब्रीड तो है नहीं, क्रॉस ब्रीडिंग जो हुआ है उसमें भी मोस्ट ऑफ इट इज A2. तो जो A2 नाम से बेचता है और A2 के पैसे कस्टमर से लेता है, वो कस्टमर अभी तक समझता नहीं है कि जो दूध है, नहीं आप कोई भी दूध ले लो, अमूल का नहीं बोल रहा हूं, कोई भी दूध ले लो, आपको बाय डिफॉल्ट A2 ही मिलेगा. अब जो घी 1,000-1,500-2,000 रुपए वाली बात की ना, उसको भी A2 घी कहते हैं. अब देखिए, milk has three components. One is water, which is 85%. Then is fat, and which is solid, not fat, which is protein, lactose, casein, and all that. तो A2 तो प्रोटीन है, फैट में तो होता नहीं है. अब घी में तो 100% फैट ही होता है. तो A2 घी जैसी कोई चीज ही नहीं है. Okay, but since it is perceived that A2 is supposed to be healthier and people are doing it, so ठीक है, ignorance, somebody is milking it. Someday customer will be wiser, either by experience or by becoming poor. So तब तक सबको समझ में आ जाएगा. So we have not played that gimmick game. What we are saying is, if you buy an Amul product, you are be assured of the best quality product, most affordable prices, so that our mandate is to grow the market. अभी इंडिया में आज देखो तो hardly 20% eat butter. तो हम तो देखते हैं कि 80% लोग जो मक्खन नहीं खाते हैं उसको हमको मक्खन खिलाना है. पैकेज मिल्क इज ऑल्सो इन सम मार्केट्स 50%, सम मार्केट्स लेस देन दैट. तो उतने लोगों को भी लूज से पैकेज में हमको कन्वर्ट करना है ताकि उनको राउंड द ईयर सेम क्वालिटी का, अच्छी क्वालिटी का प्रोडक्ट आपको मिलता है. सो वी आर वर्किंग विद वेरी डिफरेंट माइंडसेट विथ अ क्लियर मैंडेट टू ग्रो द मार्केट, सो दैट वी आर, जो आगे दूध आने वाला है अगले 5, 10, 25 साल में, उसका हमको एक स्टेडी रेम्यूनरेटिव मार्केट हमारे प्रोड्यूसर्स को कंटिन्यूअसली देना है. Innovations are a name of the game. So obviously we are developing continuously new products, and that is going to help us even build the market further. New case in point is high protein products. We are going to shortly introduce. We introduce high protein buttermilk, introducing high protein lassi, and a variety of such high protein drinks to take care of the demand of the new age customers. But by and large, the core business philosophy remains the same. And what we want to, in marketing side, ensure is the blind trust the customers have in Amul. We need to build on it and reinforce it so that we continue to build the market together for our farmers.
Thanks, Jayan. Very, very useful. And thanks for educating us on A1 versus A2. I think we all are led by these big claims which some of these companies make. And I think Amul should do a session. I think this myth has to be dispelled. No, thanks very much. I think we can go on. The discussion is really getting interesting, but I see Ram Kondinia joining for the next session. I don't want to delay that. All I want to say is a big thank you to Jayan, Ram, and Venu for some very wonderful insights. Hope we get a chance to connect again soon. And thanks to Jayanta for getting us together and making this session really, really interesting. Thanks very much, Jayanta, and over to you.
Okay, thanks, Ravindraji, and thank you, Ram, Venu. Nice meeting you, and look forward to seeing you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jayanta, for making so wonderful program, and thank you, Mr. Jayant and Mr. Ram. Really, after a long time, I'm meeting Mr. Ram again. It's just so wonderful. And another stalwart on our this thing is Mr. Ram Kondinia, of course. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It is a real pleasure to have all these visionary leaders in this platform. I think I'm thankful to Mr. Venu, Mr. Jain, and Mr. Mudulkar for accepting our invitations. And Mr. Mudulkar, particularly, you have accepted invitations within a very short notice. In spite of busy schedule, you have accepted it. I am really obliged and very grateful to you also. And Mr. Hemendra Mathur, you are organizing this thing for Bengal Chamber for a couple of times also. So it is really a wonderful to have you as a moderator. We are learning everything. And Mr. Jain Mehta from Amul, we are assured that we will get the milk for coming days also. Same way we are trusting nowadays also. So thank you all for your kind presence.
Thank you.
And we are also having a very exciting ahead also with Mr. Ram Kondinia on the Indian Agriculture 2030 Opportunities, Challenges and Innovations. I think Mr. Kondinia has already joined with us.
Hello. Hi, Jayan.
Yeah, Mr. Kondinia. Good afternoon. Namaskar.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Namaste.
Sir, you have accepted. We are really obliged from personally and also from the Bengal Chamber of Commerce for accepting this thing. And for you, actually, we have kept a topic which is very, very interesting from the perspective of the present scenario. And I am receiving many queries, many questions to you on this subject that about agriculture. So before I start my chat session with you, for the interest of benefit of the participants, I like to give a small profile update for Mr. Ram Kondinia. Mr. Ram Kondinia is the former Managing Director at Advante India Limited and Chairman Association of Biotech-led Enterprises, Agriculture Group ABLE AG. He is a member of the Board of Directors of Axis Bank. He has 35 years of experience in the agrochemical and seed industries. This experience includes 22 years in the agrochemical industry with companies such as Hext and Sanam, involving marketing, manufacturing, operations management, strategic planning, and business development throughout India. He is now the Director General of Federation of Seed Industry of India, FSI. He is a writer and he has co-authored a book titled Agri-Input Marketing in India with Professor Venugopal of XLRI. I can continue for another 20 minutes about his, like I told Mr. Ram Mudulkar also, that we can continue the status of you people. It is really very difficult for me to update the profile in 1 or 2 minutes, but personally very grateful and to have you on board. So, Mr. Kondinia, should I go straight away to the first questions to you, sir?
Please go ahead.
Yeah. You see, we have seen many analysis of the budget, of the recent union budget. we have nowadays, because of this internet and all those things, comments are coming in the within 5 minutes, bullet points are coming and all those things. But actually, the messages from the experts are a little bit different actually. How they foresee the Indian agriculture. So I have more questions in the back. So I have few, I like to know the positive sides of Union Budget 2022 focusing agriculture. What are the positivity sides you have seen in this Union Budget this year?
Sure. Well, I think, so firstly, thank you for inviting me. I think it is equally my pleasure to be talking to you today. So I would say that there are about 6 or 7 positives I can list first from the budget that was announced. And they are not necessarily in any order. I will just reel out. The first one, I think, is the approach of what are called as Kisan drones for crop assessment and spraying of pesticides. It is more than a drone. I think the adoption of technology, modernization of agriculture, which will happen through this. It's a very good step. We all know that the government had announced guidelines for use of drones recently. And so especially Finance Minister said that it is for application of pesticides and nutrition products on the crops. And also they can be used for crop assessment and other things. So I think it's a very good thing. So point number 1, I would say a positive one. Number 2, I would say is the announcement of a multimodal logistics support, which I think was done in general, but I think for agriculture also, for both industry and agriculture, it was announced. Railways will develop infrastructure for small farmers. I think this is a very good thing because I think warehousing and transportation is one of the areas which has been asking for some investments and infrastructure in that space. So in that sense, this will actually help the farmers to transport their produce to longer distances. The third one I would say is that the scheme for digital and high-tech services for farmers. So digitalization of agriculture will be very rapid in this decade. Digitalization of most of our life in the urban areas has already been taking place. But I think the farmer is also in the middle of a major transformation. And so in that sense, I think NABARD to set up a fund to fund some of the startups. I think the entire agri startup, that environment or ecosystem to be built will be very important. And I think rural enterprise relevant for farmer produce, value chain supports, and also supporting FPOs, all this will happen through this. It's a very good thing, although we don't know what will be the size of the fund, but I am hoping that it will be at least 1,000 crores or more, and that should actually help. Another area I would like to say is that the PPP model for delivery of digital and high-tech services to farmers, that is also a very good program. Then I would say announcement for linking rivers. I think there will be, it is not something which will happen in 1 year. It will take time, but I think it is expected to benefit 9 lakh farmers, especially in some parts of UP, which is actually a very good program. Digitalization of land records was also announced. I think is a very good thing. This effort has been going on for some time, but I should say that digitization of land records, while it is a very good program, I am just hoping that it will follow a uniform template all over the country, so that then the data becomes interchangeable, interoperable, and land record of Bengal should look similar to land record of, let's say, Telangana. So then it becomes something which can be then aggregated. So that is another area which I would say that is very good. So those are a few positives.
Okay.
I think I would point them out as some of the positives out of the budget.
What are the areas of disappointments from yours? Because we have expected many more, dil mange more. So what are the areas? I should not say disappointment. What are the missing links in this budget, which could have fostered the growth in a faster rate also, according to you?
So if you see, if you read the economic survey, which came out a day before, in agriculture particularly, they identified 2 areas. One is the need for enhanced research in agriculture. And second was the need for crop diversification. Right? These two were actually pointed out in the economic survey. So I was actually expecting something for those two areas. How to enhance research investments in agriculture, whether it is in public sector or in private sector. I think particularly there is a need to encourage research investments in private sector. I thought that there will be some announcements to that extent, because certainly we are low on research investments, and research investments are becoming more and more important because of climate change, which is coming up, because of natural resource depletion, which is happening, both water and soil, and the need for increasing yields, which have been stagnant in many crops. So these are all areas where I think research investments would have been good, and modern technologies have to come. The modern technologies not only in seeds, but also in agrochemicals, in fertilizers, in various areas, modern technologies have to come, because we have to get away from some of the things we have been using for many decades, and we have to get into, let's say, safer pesticides. We have to get into more, let's say, liquid fertilizers and stuff. We have to move away from bulk fertilizer application to the soil, because that is damaging the soil. Similarly, in seeds, we have to apply more breeding technologies. New plant breeding technologies have come. GM is there. These are all areas where companies have to invest. But when some of the things, policy at the policy level and at regulatory level, which have not been moving for the last few years, if there was an announcement that these things will move forward, or research investments will be eligible for some kind of tax breaks, these are all things which I was expecting. That has not happened. I think that is one area where an opportunity is lost. I hope that it will be made up, not necessarily in the budget, but sometime later. The second area where I was expecting something big, really big, is on value chain development in agriculture. The government has declared an objective to, and if you see, Seventh Finance Commission had appointed a HLEG, high-level group, to study the value chain development, and it was headed by Mr. Sanjeev Puri of ITC, and it submitted a very wonderful report. Actually, they identified 22 value chains to be developed in the country, and I would think about 17 of them are for export purposes. You know that government has a target of reaching $100 billion export of agricultural produce. Currently, it is only 40, and our value addition in that is less than 15%. They want to increase it to minimum 30%. So these are all things which will improve farmers' incomes. These are the things which will improve exports from the country, and they will actually bring greater prosperity into rural areas. So I was expecting some kind of an investment in that space, either for creation of infrastructure or for some other purposes. So if some fund was set aside for that, I would have been happier. So that is the second area. The third area, I would say, and I have four disappointments. So the third area is that it was a good announcement made that they would like to increase oilseed production. Because edible oil thing was addressed in the budget speech. Promotion of oilseeds to reduce import dependency, and promotion of millet production. Both were there in the budget speech. But I didn't find anything, apart from just mentioning it, I didn't find anything in terms of budget allocation for these activities. Or if it was announced that they will support introduction of modern technology in both the crops, because there is a dire need for modern technology in oilseeds. And we can talk about it in detail later if you want. But oilseeds production, especially soybean and mustard, are ready for introduction of modern technologies. So I was thinking that that could have been made. So that's another area where probably an opportunity was missed. And finally, there was an announcement of 2.37 lakh crores towards procurement of rice and wheat. Okay, it was set aside for procurement of rice and wheat. Minimum support price, let us say, for wheat and paddy farmers. In the economic survey, he talked about crop diversification, but in the budget, actually, the budget set aside is for rice and wheat. So I thought these two are actually conflicting with each other. I would have been happier if they had announced some budget and some support for diversification of crops. And out of this 2.37 lakh crores, even if 10, 15,000, 20,000 crores was set aside for crop diversification, for farmers who will shift from rice and wheat to growing oil seeds or maize or pulses, other crops, which are badly needed today, and we have overstocking of rice and wheat. So this would have been actually something which would have fitted very well with the overall strategy that was announced even earlier. So those are the 4 areas where I thought that they could have done better.
Yeah, I think you have nicely mentioned all these positives and some of the expectations, I should say, from the budget. Now, there is a very, this budget, Finance Minister is totally silent of doubling on farmers' income progress, actually. So we are supposed to, farmers should have made their income double by this year itself, as per the announcement. But she has not mentioned any comment on that same. So, because this was the very important slogan of the Honorable Prime Minister. So, what went, I should say, why it is the deviation is taking place? Why the announcement was too tall under the present circumstances? Your comments, sir.
No, I think, yeah, you are right that she did not mention about it. But I think, in my opinion, it is the right target, but the timeline was not perhaps very realistic. It was a very ambitious thing to do by 2022. Primarily because agriculture needs a lot of structural adjustments. It is not something which you switch on something and then it will happen. And also agriculture is a state subject. Okay, if you have to double farmers' income or anything to do with farmers, states have to take it up on their main agenda. I'm not very sure whether there was that type of collaborative effort between center and states on this. See, each state follows its own strategy, but we as a nation, we need actually also an overall strategic approach to agriculture, and there should be some kind of what you call synergies between what each state will do. I think that is the needed. Otherwise, the DFI is a very big document. A very huge report is prepared by the DFI authority, and what is to be done is readily available in that report. It's not that somebody has to discover it now. But I think it will take time. Point number 1. Point number 2 is that it still needs a lot of work to be done at state levels. I think that is where some 4 or 5 things have to be done by the states and along with center. If you see when Prime Minister actually announced a rollback of the farm bills, he also made an important announcement that day that they will form a committee, which will be a National Agricultural Committee, which will actually have states and center together in the committee. I think that is a very good thing if it happens. And then they can take up such things, because it should become a national project. It is not just center's project. It should become a national project with involvement of states. So there I have some 4 or 5 suggestions on how to do that, but whenever you want, we can talk about that.
And nowadays, all the states, even the centers, are now in agriculture particularly believing on the freebies, subsidies like free electricity, like fertilizer subsidy, like crop loan waiver. You can say the DBT schemes or similar, be it central. Suppose taking example of West Bengal or Odisha or Telangana, everywhere. Every state has its own agenda to satisfy their farmers also. Similar is the on the central government also. But you see, these are dominating agriculture for both for a long time. But still the farmers are struggling. So where is the gap actually? Because when I am getting everything on free, so where is the gap? That why the farmers are not progressing actually, in spite of giving so much of freebies and subsidies and all those things.
I think freebies and subsidies are like crutches. As long as somebody is on crutches, they will not walk or run, right? So they are required initially when you have to pull people out of a particular orbit and take them to the next orbit. But there should be also a progressive policy of equipping the farmers and to overcome these subsidies over a period of time, to overcome the need for subsidies over a period of time. How will that happen? That will happen only if the farmer is becoming more and more efficient. Okay, farmer's efficiency of production has to improve. His costs have to be reduced and he must be made more cost competitive. Because if we want to increase agricultural exports, for example, I'm saying that unless farmer is competitive in international markets, we can't increase agricultural exports. So how do you increase competitiveness? Competitiveness has to go up through use of technology, through use of infrastructure, quality improvement, cost reduction, and various things which are a part of the package. So that is one thing which should be done. Second thing is that even in domestic markets, farmers should be equipped to actually improve their efficiencies and make more money. For example, if the farmer is not able to be connected to the market, for example, okay, how will he make money? Because if he is under the clutches of local traders, then his price discovery is completely restricted. Similarly, some of the things you take like technology, I mentioned it already, that unless he is equipped with technology, his cost will not come down and he is not able to improve his efficiency. We talked about value chain development in the budget. So if value chains are developed and village level processing centers are set up, that will improve his efficiency. That will improve his value capture. If he captures more value, his dependence on subsidies will come down. Similarly, labor cost. Today, labor cost is more than 50% of the cost of cultivation in any crop. This is as per Government of India's statistics published by Government of India. So, what is the best way to improve his income and reduce subsidies is to reduce labor cost, right? That is the first low-hanging fruit. So, for that, what is required? You need more mechanization. You need help for improving the mechanization of agriculture. So, some of these things, if you do, you are able to equip him to deal with life, to deal with markets, to be competitive. Crop diversification, for example, if he keeps on producing the same crops which are not needed by the market, because we have to move from production driven agriculture to demand driven agriculture. What is demanded by the customer, and customer demands are changing. They are not the same what they were 20 years back, 30 years back. So we have to move along with that, which means that crop diversification should be encouraged. If we do all these kinds of things, our dependence on subsidies can come down. But we are still in a place where states give free electricity, free water, and centers puts fertilizer subsidy has shot up because of increase in import costs. Now, on one hand, center is talking of natural farming, chemical-free farming, but on the other hand, fertilizer subsidy is going up. Now it has crossed 1.5 lakh crores last year. It used to be around 70,000-80,000 crores.
80,000.
Yeah. So the reasons could be increase in volume, but also reasons are that increase in prices because of international prices and things like that. I think these are all things which we have to look at. We have to save water without any doubt. How do we save water if we give free water? And that has actually led to, in some areas of the country, irresponsible use of water, which has led to depletion of water resources. So any subsidy you give on that, or any subsidy you give for free power, these are all counterproductive beyond a stage. So I think these are things to be reviewed, and we have to have a strategy in mind that over a 10-year period, how do we reduce subsidies and how do we improve his competitiveness? so that in 10 years time, you reach a stage where farmer is standing on his own feet and he is able to fight competition in the international markets. And government's expenditure, for example, you take some of the technologies. There are technologies available which will reduce water usage, okay, consumption of water in some of the crops. There are technologies which are available which will reduce consumption of fertilizers on some of the crops. And these may be GM, these may be non-GM, but they are available. So if we don't have a plan to use them, then there is no way we are going to reduce some of these, outflows. So I think you need a comprehensive approach. You need a strategic approach towards achieving some of these objectives.
Thank you. I think taking a clue from your earlier comments, though MSP is a debatable issue, from two school of thoughts are there. One school of thought is telling MSP is a must, or one school of thinking it should be the open market-driven things. But it is true also that MSP has helped India to attain their grain sufficiency or grain food sufficiency.
Yes.
So, do you think that at least if we have, if we diversify MSP support to particularly oil seeds, that would really force people to go from other crops to oil seeds? It will also have impact on the production and also reduce the import bill also. What is your thoughts?
Definitely, I think. See, MSP has a positive impact. MSP has two roles. One is that it is a benchmark price on which the private buyer also will have to use it as a benchmark when he is buying, and farmer will know whether he is getting above MSP, below MSP. It acts as a benchmark, although it is not compulsory for the private buyer. But the second one is that it is the price at which government procures. Okay, and rice and wheat are the main crops which government is procuring now. There are 23 crops for which MSP is declared. But in what way MSP helps other crops which are not procured is something which needs to be also debated. So in that sense, if oil seeds you want to give MSP, I think it should be there without any doubt, and I think it is there also in some of the oil seeds. But does government procure them? See, if somebody who is used to procurement by government is growing rice and wheat, if we want him to diversify his crop and grow oil seeds, so government may have to do some procurement of oil seeds also at MSP, and that will actually help them at least in the and it will reduce the emphasis on rice and wheat and increase oil seeds. So government can use this as a tool to actually promote particular crops. It could be millets, it could be oil seeds, it could be pulses. There is a need for all these things. But oil seeds, definitely, I think MSP and the government procurement of selected oil seeds will be important. And like I mentioned earlier, we must use modern technologies in oil seeds where our yields are very low compared to global yields. I'll just tell you that when we import whatever 15-16 million tons of oil seed, edible oil, okay, that oil is only about 40%, maximum 40% of the grain. The rest of the 60% of the grain goes into preparing cake for animal feed, right? When we don't grow here and we import edible oil, 15 million tons, that means we are losing another 20 million tons of cake. Because if our farmer produces that oil seed in India and crushes it here, we will have access to another 20 million tons of protein-rich cake, which is essential for our animals. And our animal, even though we are the largest milk producer in the world, only because we have the largest number of animals. But if you improve the feed, you will actually get even higher yields. So I think there is a lot to be done. We have to look at it in a systems approach and a comprehensive way to see that what are we losing by importing so much of oil. And we are still not talking of quality of edible oil that we are importing. Okay, we are only talking of quantity because we are in shortage situation. And quality is the next step. We'll have to go to which different oils affect health, and then how to promote health in the country by using right edible oils, how to promote the cultivation of those crops which have actually the right healthy profiles. These are all things which are next step. But I think as a first step, we must really encourage oil seeds cultivation by farmers by incentivizing them. In fact, I think instead of giving doles to farmers, I think that money should be used towards encouraging following some of these practices. I don't say anything wrong in telling farmers that you grow oil seeds, you will get 5,000 rupees per acre as additional incentive, or 10,000 rupees per acre, whatever. So those kind of things will actually help in increasing oil seeds attractiveness for the farmers.
Thank you. I think you are at the helm of the seed industry in the country, and you are the director of the Seed Association, Federation of Seed Industries. Particularly for the seed industry, what are the policy changes you are asking? Because this is a very, very touchy and important subject. What are the major 2 or 3 policy changes you are expecting from the government for overall improvement in the agriculture?
Yeah, I think the biggest change which is coming is the new Seed Act. Okay, this Seed Act, which has been there on the cards for now, I don't know how many years, almost 10 years. So it is hopefully hitting the parliament sometime very soon. It should get approved and passed so that some improvement will happen. So the main thing in that which is coming is compulsory registration of varieties. Like, you know, in pesticides, you have compulsory registration. In seeds, so far, we haven't had registration. And this registration system will actually improve the quality of players and also make sure that fly-by-night operators have to struggle harder to actually sell their seeds. I think that's a good thing, and we support that. Of course, simultaneously, we are saying that the process should be such that registration should not be a time-taking, cumbersome area. It should be time-bound area. Whatever are the requirements will be met by the industry, but it should be time-bound. If an application is made within a specified time, the registration should be granted or rejected, whatever it is. The second is that we also said that research is the key in seeds. So you must recognize companies which are investing in seeds, which are investing in research.
Research.
Of seeds. Yeah. Because if you don't differentiate between those who are investing in research and those who are not investing in research, how will you encourage research investments? So we said that there should be a national recognition program, an accreditation program for research-based companies, those who are investing certain minimum things in research. Okay. So that is also based on that, they should be given some privileges in terms of the data that they generate, that it should be acceptable for some of the regulatory work, or in terms of their ability to use data analytics and trial data management systems and all that. So there should be some kind of benefits for them. The third thing we said is that the seed export, we must encourage, because globally seed trade is almost $14 billion. And even currently we are not doing even $150 million. So it's so our share is actually less than 1%. Can we target a 10% share in the global seed trade? That means, can we target $1.4, $1.5 billion worth of seed exports in this decade? What is the infrastructure required for that? What kind of policies are required for that? We made a very detailed recommendation to the government on that, that you have to have some registration system for that. You must have dry port facilities in all the states which are active in seed production. You must have some kind of support systems like the plant quarantine availability at the dry ports, and also some kind of encouragement for setting up exclusive plants for export purposes, and export promotion investments. So those are all things which need to be done for promoting seed exports. So that's another area which we have recommended. And another one we said is that we need a clear policy on technology. So we cannot be going forward one step and going backward 2 steps on new technologies, whether it is GM or whether it is non-GM. But new technologies are there. So what is our policy on them? How encouraging and how supportive are we towards the new technologies? There should be a clear-cut plan. Government should say that, because no single technology will work. Let us be very clear about that. There is no single technology which is a silver bullet. It cannot be GM, it cannot be natural farming, or it cannot be anything. No single technology will work. You need all the technologies because country is so diverse, agriculture is so diverse. So what technologies are required in which areas? There must be some kind of a master plan. There must be a mapping done like that. And then you give a clarity to the industry that invest in these things for these purposes. Then it will be a well-directed investment. Otherwise, right now it is like, in the dark. People are, so many companies have actually reduced research investments into new technology development because of that. So that is also something, finally, we said that there should be no price controls. Okay, so we do have price control in cotton seeds right now. We feel that price control is a regressive step. It will actually reduce research investments and reduce companies' investments in actually helping. Finally, who is the ultimate loser? Ultimate loser is the farmer, because he is deprived of technologies. He is deprived of latest, high potential varieties development programs in the country. He is deprived of the safest pesticides available outside in the world. We are not getting them into the country. So there are so many new things which can come and help our farmers, provided there is a clear regulatory and government policy support for those kind of things. So I think those are a few things which I would mention as the policy areas. We have had many discussions with the government on these things. We made detailed submissions. So we are all hopeful that they will happen at some point or the other.
Thank you. One last question to you, Mr. Conradi. That agriculture is a state subject, where because of central government and state government, if they don't work in tandem, it is very difficult also. So GST model, do you propose that there should be a agricultural council across the country which will dominate the entire thing, though stakeholdership will remain with the state also, and guidelines will be from there. So if that is there, I think it may be one step forward towards the very developed agriculture. What is your comment on that?
Absolutely. This is a recommendation we made actually. And there should be a national body. Like, we have a council for defense, we have a council for taxes. Similarly, there should be a council for agriculture, because agriculture is also an equally important subject which touches 50% of the people in the country. You see, the dichotomy we have is that agriculture contributes to only 17% of GDP, but it supports 50% of the people. This is the dichotomy we have in the country, and this must be addressed in a progressive way, so that we are able to support the 50% of the people, even though the contribution of agriculture is only 17%. But if you look at $5 trillion economy model objective, which Prime Minister has talked about, unless agriculture contributes at least $1 trillion out of that, it will be difficult. That means agriculture percentage also has to go up. It will go up if you do more value addition. And if you do higher value agriculture and give more incomes in farmers' hands and things like that. I think there are many things which are to be done, but all this is not possible if, like I said, that if one state has one policy and another state has another policy about access to markets, how will farmers actually access markets across states? Right? They can't do it, right? So there is a need for an alignment between states and center among political parties, and there should be one national agricultural strategy. Like, you will never find major differences in national defense policy, right, between political parties or anybody else. So similarly on agriculture, they all should sit together and then agree upon a framework that this is how we will develop agriculture. This is how across states we will do. And then within the state, they can have some minor, tweaks to that to suit local conditions. But I think broad ideas, broad directions should be set by a council like that. And any interstate things between center and states things also should be set up, should be addressed by that kind of a council. So definitely we support such an idea.
Thank you, Mr. Kondinia, for your excellent insight on the overall agriculture, starting from the budget to future way forward of agriculture council, then freebies, then doubling farmers' income. You have touched upon many things, but I am having a series of questions which I further send it to you for your comment, so that we can satisfy the question those who have text it to me for their satisfaction also.
Sure, definitely. Thank you. Thanks once again for having me here.
It is our privilege that you have attended this thing. Sincere thanks to Mr. Continua. And
thank you.
Only one line, your last statement you have told that it should be the value chain development is the way forward. Our next session actually is on global value chain and agriculture, connecting producers to consumers.
Oh, great.
And where people from PepsiCo, from Mahindra Agri Solutions, and Ramnagar Seed Farm, Peluru, they will go. So this is the next session.
Excellent. That is a urgently needed subject for discussion. So
thank you,
luck.
Sir.
Good luck with that. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think for our the most one of the important session for we have just discussing with Mr. Kondinia. I think our next session is on global value chain and agriculture, connecting producers to consumers. And we have the three top companies here, like PepsiCo, Mahindra Agri Solutions, and Ramnagar Seed Farm. I think I am very hearty welcome to Mr. Pratap Bose, General Manager PepsiCo, for attending this meeting in spite of his busy schedule. I think he is traveling, but still he could make time to be with us today. So thank you, Mr. Bose, for accepting invitations and for your keenness to present the PepsiCo model, the value chain development in global perspective, and particularly in West Bengal and in Eastern India. Then I think I'm personally thankful to Mr. Ajhar Pathan, Business Head, Banana, Mahindra Agri Solutions Limited. Mr. Pathan, you have accepted our invitations. And sincere thanks to you for your kind presence. Last time also you have accepted our invitation. So I think this is one of the most important subject, particularly West Bengal, like to learn from you, from your Maharashtra model or adjoining Karnataka model, the way you are developing the banana for the export and other perspective of this. And we have Mr. Tapos Konar. Thank you, Mr. Mr. Tapos Konar, Chief Executive Officer of Ramnagar Seed Farm Private Limited. Thank you, Mr. Tapos, for accepting our invitations, for being with us also. I think Tapos has a multiple experience. He has worked with Bayer Crop Science. I think I am right, Bayer Crop Science. Then he has also worked with JK Agri, and then he has now shifted to Ramnagar as a CEO of this thing. And he is developing the entire seed business in West Bengal since last 2.5 years, actually, remaining at the helm of the business also. So, hearty welcome to three of the panelists here. First, I think what Mr. Kondinia has told, and since morning what you are discussing here, that agriculture can grow further, and it has to increase the value chain development is the way forward, actually. Be it your domestic, be it export, we have to create the value chain development concept also. So I think PepsiCo is one of the leading organizations in creating the value chain for potato here also. So straight away, I request Mr. Pratap Bose to have his presentation on potato or value chain of PepsiCo. So we have kept 15 minutes time for each of the speakers. So my humble request you to confine presentations with this thing, and whatever questions will come, if time permits, we will ask you. Otherwise, we will forward to you for your answers, and we will forward it to the participants accordingly also. So over to Mr. Bose.
First of all, thank you, Jayantada, for inviting me. It's a real pleasure and honor to be participant in the Bengal Chamber of Commerce. To my dear friend Tapos, our old colleague, and also Mr. Ajhar, and Mr. Kondinia, long back, for the time being, we've been associated in Monsanto. Doctor, Thank you, sir, for your presence here, and all the guests and all the audience. So basically, yeah, Arnav, could you please show my deck? Because I think it will be helpful for the audience if I'll showcase some deck, how the PepsiCo is working.
Arnav, you can share the deck provided by the Mr. Pratap Bose.
But I think you have to make the deck in the PPT mode, or how I'll make it.
No, I will just.
Is it coming? No.
Sir, on করছি.
It is coming. Okay.
Or I can show. I can share my screen.
Sir, can you see that particular presentation?
We can see that presentation, but it is one of the blocks. It's the corner of the 50. It should come to the full screen.
Full screen? Sir, yes, we are doing the full screen, sir. Give me 1 minute time, sir. Just a second.
Or if you permit, I can show.
Just give me 1 second, sir.
Yeah.
Full screen done, sir.
Yes, sir. Pratap, it is, I think, full screen.
But I could not see why it is this thing. Because I am in the gallery too. I could not see it in full screen. Now it is coming. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. That's okay. So today's basic discussion point is how PepsiCo is helping and connecting with the farmer, and how we are adding value to this value chain in different steps. So first I will give you the broad outline. How is our agro footprint in all India? Then I will come down to Bengal and how we are working, where we are working, and how we are adding value to the system, and how it will basically help to the farmers community. Okay, so go to the next slide. If you see overall PepsiCo, we have presently 4 factories. The largest factory, proudly said, it is in Calcutta, in Dhulagarh, and another one in Pune, third one is in Channo, that is in Punjab, and the recent one, just 6-7 months before, we inaugurated in Vrindavan, that is in Koshi in UP, where today I am right now sitting. So these are the 4 factories. But let me tell you one thing, the potato which you are handling is not the table potato. Table potato means which we are eating day-to-day life. It's the processable potato, which is a completely different kind of variety, different agronomic practices, and needs different soil and all this. So overall India, if you'll see, the best process grade potato is going in Gujarat and MP. Though we know the largest potato growing area is UP followed by Bengal. But the quality wise, it is based in process grade Gujarat and MP. But our factory is all across India. So as a value chain, we are trying to develop to make the localized potato, so that we can produce local process grade potato in the local area to cater from the same geography. So right now, almost we are working with 27,000 farmers in 14 states, and we all know that 60% farmer is small and marginal. That's how our footprint is there. Next slide. What we are doing in Bengal? Bengal presently we are doing in 7 states, 7 districts, mostly in South Bengal, and 30% crop we are just developing in North Bengal. And here I didn't show the map, that is Assam also we just started. As Jantuda was telling, that is model of Maharashtra, model of Punjab. But here I can proudly say that is model of PepsiCo Bengal contract farming model, which is actually replicating all India basis. Because I am associated with the PepsiCo from last 2007, where we make this contract farming model in Bengal, bricks by brick. It's a completely different value chain we created. Normally in our pesticide trade, what we saw, we see that there is a trade, distributor, retailer like this. But once we started in 2006-07, there is nothing. First concept of contract farming. Second, we created this middleman, that is the vendor or aggregator, who are no way were entrepreneur earlier. There is a big farmer. So this big farmer, slowly we are bringing them in the confidence that you can be an entrepreneur, and under your portfolio, there may be 100, 200, 300 farmer will work. So completely we established a separate value chain who are working with the PepsiCo. And today almost 140 aggregator is working with us, who is directly linked with the farm. So in Bengal, and also one more thing, in Bengal, there is a highest modern cold store presence in Bengal. Because potato we can grow, but in processed case potato, in the traditional cold store, we cannot keep more than 5-6 months. I'll come in the subsequent slide. So we need some modern store, high technology, mostly from the Holland, which will increase my shelf life of the potato. Go to the next. So at 14,000 farmer we are working in Bengal. So how we are working in the end-to-end? All of you have seen the Lay's chip or Uncle chip. So first, PepsiCo is working end-to-end. We are bringing our germplasm from either from Peru or from US, potato germplasm, and then working closely with the CPRI to develop our own variety. We have our mini tuber lab in Punjab, where we grow the mini tuber. Then we have the seed team, who is multiplying the seed in Punjab and different places of Haryana. Then they are giving to the commercial team, who then directly do contact farming with the farmer and produce the cheap grade potato, which subsequently going to the factory and produces the chip. So entire end-to-end value chain, PepsiCo is maintained today. Go to the next. So how is our model? One way, PepsiCo is working with the Central Potato Research Institute, producing the best suitable variety for processed grain for PepsiCo, own variety. Then one side there is a farmer and there is a PepsiCo. PepsiCo, what we are giving? We are giving to the best quantity seed. We are giving them the chemical. Best chemicals on different company, our R&D team selected, and we purchase from the different company and giving as a kit to the farmer at the time of we are giving to the seed. So that once there is a lead blight, all of you know it's a disease in potato, then everything is gone for a toss. So to save our crop, at the same time save the farmer, we are giving them in advance all the chemicals. Logistic, we are also giving them the support, because from the farm we are whatever they are producing, we are taking all the produce from the farm and putting inside the store. Machinery, you have seen in Maharashtra, Gujarat, especially in Gujarat and Punjab, more or less 100% mechanized. But same mechanized farming we cannot replicate in Bengal because of small marginal land. We customized our machinery so that people in Bengal farmer can utilize. Birbhum, we are really successful on that. Almost 100% my contract farming is working with the planter and digger. And in Bankura, Bardhaman also is slowly we are progressing. And of course the storage services, as I told, we develop. So we are taking the potato from the farmland and putting inside the store. So entire thing, along with that, day-to-day technical support. Because this cultivation is completely different way of potato cultivation, not the way we are doing the traditional. So we have to educate them to get the optimum output from their small marginal land. That's how the model is working in case of PepsiCo. Go to the next slide. This picture says many things. In the upper three pictures, if you see, this is the traditional way people are doing the cultivation in Bengal. But we are trying to, as I told, do the mechanization and improve, because once you do the mechanization, you will improve lots of things. You will reduces your losses. You will improve your number of tubers. So technically, you are increasing your yield and you are increasing the dry matter also, because dry matter is very important for PepsiCo chip production point of view. Going to the next. This is another. All my farmers are getting Android-based SMS on the weather forecast and also the when the lead blight will be coming. Advanced, the people are getting the signal. Accordingly, they will make their irrigation schedule. They will make their spraying schedule. Just remember, 2 years back, there is a huge lead blight, but we save our crop. At least 95% crop we save because of early prediction and proper timing, right chemical to the farmer. Small changes. Suppose once the potato is coming from the field to the store, lots of bruising happen, because bruising impact how it is impacting in our chips. You might have seen some chips, there is a red color. Red color means there is a sugar accumulation. So once there is a heat, that means this cell is damaged, and that will impacting you the red color. And this is ultimately loss to the farmer, loss to the company. So we are making all those changes so that all the farmer who is producing whatever quantity, it should reach to me absolutely intact condition. That's how we make all these changes to develop them. Going to the next. This is the store. First one, the bulk cold store, upper side FLC. It's a normally in the traditional store, it's not a forced air ventilation. It's a cool air is coming, drifting on the downside. But here, every potato breathes equally. And this cold store, I am proudly say, 2010 came in Bengal. That was the first bulk cold store in India. And again, last year we opened another box store that is little advanced on the bulk cold store. Again came to Calcutta, almost 15,000 tons of store. This is also first time in India, this box store concept. Why this store? Traditional potato can keep, traditional store can keep my potato max 6 months, 5 to 6 months. Then how will I feed my line? Because 95% potato is producing in only in the Rabi season. So this cold store helping me to increase the shelf life up to 10 months. Till December 15th, we can run our line with the help of this modern cold store, the same potato, same quality. That means more production we can got. We can go to the more cultivation in the Bengal itself. Otherwise, I have to bring potato from other states. So that's really helping to the local farmer to increase the produce in the local. Go to the next. But this is one angle, that is agronomic practices, all the input, chemicals, everything. But PepsiCo is now thinking one step ahead. We have to do the precision agriculture or regenerative agriculture that is comes under the Planet Positive. PepsiCo is trying to get his potato on a sustainable way. Very short form, sustainable way means there are so many parameters. I'm just giving few examples. Optimum fertilizer use. Best chemical means no red label, no yellow label. Chemical we should use on minimum chemical. We should not, once this residue of the chemical, all this packaging should be destroyed. No child labor should be engaged in our contract farming. Like there are 74 parameters. And I am telling you last 2016, because it's not a one-day process. It takes lots of time. With our joint venture, that is PepsiCo USID Women Economic Forum, they people are working from 2016 onward, and they almost train more than 10,000 farmers, and they are why? Because how to use pesticide, how will keep safe, because it should be lock and key. So different parameter we are trying to work with closely with the farmer to develop their socio-economic as well as to next step, that is they should get the ensure profitability, and overall it gives a positive impact on the planet. Go to the next slide. This is the different, and one more thing, yes, that is women empowerment. Because PepsiCo, we are really trying to promote that women should be empowered in our agriculture decision making. Because we know women are working in the field, but they are not the decision maker. We are trying to create different small group, which is been dominated by the women. They are taking land on lease, they are growing potato, and they are selling to the farm, to the market or to me. That's how we are trying to promote this women empowerment in Bengal itself. Few just articles which has been published in different magazine, different paper in all India level. So Pepsi don't want to stop there. That is only I'll be getting the produce from the farmer with the ensure profit, but also we are trying to make them 2 steps ahead. That is, women should be empowered. They should be a decision maker in their family. And second is, it should give the positive impact in the planet. Thank you. I think I am on time.
Absolutely, Pratap. I think it is a great deliberations, lots of learning from you. And particularly with my experience in West Bengal, visiting South Bengal, when we meet the potato growing PepsiCo farmer, we always find that he has a tendency of increasing his acreage in the next year, provided Pepsi agrees for it also. So they are very positive because I remember when the potato price went back to 3 or 4 rupees in the market per kilo, still they got 8 rupees per kilo also because of this understanding. So I think this is one of the way where farmers' income has to be protected, keeping his interest intact as well as the value chain development also. So truly the way, because when nobody was interested or government was very reluctant for this contract farming concept in India even, I think West Bengal came forward and they started with a participatory type of farming actually. So that
collaborative farming, because
collaborative farming where land ownership will remain with the farmer, technology will be given by the company, buyback arrangement will be there, but responsibility of the quality has to be ensured by the farmer also.
Correct.
So I think it is a very, very innovative, a very bold decisions by PepsiCo, and that's why the progress is going place. Now I think not only South Bengal, North Bengal, Assam, Bihar, everywhere it is spreading now. So truly appreciate the pioneering initiative of PepsiCo in value chain development, particularly for potato in the eastern region, along with the other regions also. Thank you, Mr. Pratap Bose, for giving time. We are receiving some questions. We will come back to at the end of the session. Yeah, and I know you are traveling in UP, but still made it possible. Sincere thanks to you.
Thank you, Chantuda, for inviting me. Just one question, as Mr. Kondonia is also there. One thing I think, Chantuda, we really, it's a need of the day. Customized insurance for the crop. That is missing here today. Because you have seen this year disaster in Bengal.
Yeah.
In Punjab also, the potato. And this frequent rain and this cyclonic impact is coming. It's increasing also. So how we can make the customized insurance to the people? We are ready to pay, but we need someone should come in forward. We are trying to explore ICICI, Lombard, weather risk and all these things, but nothing coming fruitful. So that is the area we really need. If people are interacting with the government people and all these things, that will really help to the farmer and help to the company.
I will come back to you because Mr. Kondinia is here. He can throw some light on this issue. Mr. Kondinia, please.
And, if I can just add 1 or 2 sentences, this is a very important point. I personally had a lot of discussion with ICICI Lombard on this, and they have a product right now which is what they call as weather insurance, but it is highly data dependent, micro data dependent. So they are setting up weather stations in different areas of the country, and they collect data from that and they will use it. But it is right now confined to only some parts of the country. And also it is not still micro enough. It has still not gone to the village level. So that is a progress which is yet to be made. I hope that they will do it sooner than later. I think I have also been talking at government level and also to the insurance companies that when there is a natural disaster, if the farmer can recover at least the investment he made, the difficulty for insurance companies is to compensate for yield losses or production losses, because that will call for a lot of assessment of yield losses and things compared to data, blah, blah, blah. But at least if the farmers can get back the investments they made as of that date, and for that, I think there will be sufficient data available that what investments have been made by farmers, even some benchmark data can be used for that, then the farmer will not be put to complete loss. I think that is also something we are talking about. Hopefully something will come out, but it is definitely a great need actually. I agree with that.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think, Pratap, we will definitely take it up because in the morning session, Minister himself confirmed that insurance is available in West Bengal except potato and sugarcane. So I think that has to be considered because potato is the most important crop in West Bengal, along with other adjoining states also, and it is exposed to the because West Bengal particularly is experiencing cyclones like Andhra and this thing on every year actually.
Correct, and it is increasing.
Increasing, and this year we are seeing rainfall, untimely rainfall from October to January. We have seen 4 or 5 times untimely huge rainfall. And after the sowing of potato field was totally inundated by the water also. So what a big loss they have incurred. And Mr. Kondini has actually mentioned, at least some policy should come up. And we will also give a representation to the government along with the Agri Insurance Council, where Mr. Malay Poddar is the CMD. So we'll also take it up and we'll keep you the updates about this thing also, definitely.
Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you.
I think I'm moving forward, but next session is very interesting. I think the most upcoming and established value chain is now the banana. I think Mr. Ajar Pathan of business head of Banana Mahindra Agri Solutions has a vast experience, and I sincerely request him to give his deliberations now. Mr. Pathan.
So thank you very much, Jayanta, first of all, and Bengal Chamber of Commerce to invite me. I don't have a presentation as it is, but what we will discuss is about supply chain and value chain for the bananas. So when we have started back, so that was 2014 when banana has started getting the importance. And then we have developed few of the technologies. We have imported technology from Ecuador, Philippines, and South Africa. And then when we have started technical intervention with the farmers in Maharashtra, then Andhra Pradesh, so now we see the results, and that impact itself is giving more than 10,000 plus containers going annually to like Middle East right now. Going forward, what we are targeting or what we are planning to do is like how best and how we can reduce the losses. That is first basic question is, because whatever we produce in a year that we waste because of post-harvest losses within no time, like 20 minutes or 30 minutes. So important thing is that how we will reduce it. Then we have started training the farmers, staff and laborers. And as Mr. Ji says earlier, they have developed the technology through PepsiCo. Same thing we have also done. Bruising is also similar here in bananas. So you can't harvest the bruised banana. Whenever you harvest, then you have to be very careful. That is one. Second one, what we did is we have started or initiated cluster development. So the export earlier from the region like Maharashtra was not happening, like Solapur, Jalgaon. These are the two destinations right now, and Anandpur and Kadapa is two destinations in Andhra Pradesh, and Gujarat also a part of export, and very little going from Madhya Pradesh like Burhanpur. So the trading or the impact what has happened when from last 2017, if I talk about when we have started Andhra, so that was zero export from the Andhra Pradesh earlier. Now more than 4,000 containers we are exporting from Andhra. So that is one. Second one is like why that has happened and why it was not happening earlier, because of technological intervention and farmers' acceptance. Then agencies like Department of Horticulture, Department team, they are working with us. Farmers, they have not resisted for the technology adoption. Then APEDA supported for infrastructure development. So basic thing when we are talking about our doing the best is post-harvest losses we have to reduce, because everywhere you will see we are losing in post-harvest. And as we are not perfect or we have not yet been trained well, we don't have any what we call excellence centers, technology transfer centers in clusters or different locations where major that crop is growing. So we have to think over, Jayanta, in your list, you can put technology center or technology transfer excellence centers should be there in each cluster, even for, if we talk about West Bengal. So West Bengal is having mango, pineapple, then your what we call lychee. So these are the major crops there. Banana is also there. But going forward, then when we talk about, so we will also have to look into post and pre-harvest, both the things we have to train the farmers there. Then your southeast or eastern area, we can easily like sell the produce, and farmers will get double the income. What we are talking about, doubling the income and doubling the export. That has already been proven in Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra. So why not we should repeat the same thing along with the FPOs or individual farmers, big farmers or small farmers put together, train them well, have collective action. Then only we will have this and identify the gaps of value chain. Then we can also see the impact of how that happened. And with our results from last 7 years, 8 years, what we have experienced is once you are consistent and farmer will get the confidence, you have area available, you have farmers available, then you have volume available, then you improve the quality and initiate for the export. Because unless you have quality, you can't export, because your customer need definitely the different specs. And as per the specs, you have to fulfill the requirements. So that's what we have initiated. First of all, the training, and the training has impacted the harvest. Then that harvest has impacted their realization. Realization has given them stability of the market linkage. So that has the relationship built up. And then we have also invested a lot in infrastructure along with our vendors or local suppliers. So now the area right now, what we are talking about, Maharashtra particularly, if I will again repeat. So this Maharashtra Solapur district particularly is having now very good infrastructure for export. 7 to 8 months we can export bananas from this area. Jalgaon still we are working on. So Jalgaon will take some more time. Anandpur is now well done, and we also did some rail rake from Anandpur, Tadipatri area to what we call JNPT Mumbai. So almost 43 containers on one train, and like that 11 trains we have run in last 2 years back, and that is going on right now, continuous. So that's how the logistic cost we have to reduce, how the improvement of the quality will happen. Because banana is very sensitive crop, and we have to handle really very specific with the skills. And then we have trained I agree with Mr. Pratapji. He has said women empowerment. We also did very good work in what we call women empowerment. We have trained about 100 plus laborers in Andhra Pradesh, female laborers. So they are now very highly skilled. They do very fantastic job than the men. And we have engaged them. They are now asking other women to join hands with them. So the local, what we call local employment generation as well as women empowerment, both things we achieved. So that's how it will go. And when we talk about the value chain and then supply chain development, so that is very important. Unless and until we identify the gaps, we can't move forward. And to have the export orientation or domestic supply and consistency in like supply, we need big clusters and big acreage or volumes. And then only we can like plan for trains, we can plan for volume, we can plan for export and commitment. And that's very, very important for any business, or particularly for agriculture and fresh produce business. So that's what we are working on, and we are still helping the farmers. And if we see the history, why I'm repeating it again, Andhra, because Andhra we did, when we have started in 2017, that time farmer used to get close to 3 rupees to 4 rupees per kg. From last 2 years, they are getting 9 to 12 rupees per kg. So when we are talking about impact of our intervention is doubling the farmer income, we say, yes, we did it. And that is already, we are seeing it. So therefore, I think that contribution of ours is very, very important. Anytime we go as a technical company, as a company, we support them, and they also support us, so that our business will not suffer and we'll get the consistent supply, quality, and better reasonable pricing. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Pathan, for your elaborate presentations. I think a few of the, in condition to your last presentations you made, I think this cluster development, excellence center, FPO linkage, training on harvest and further relations, better relations and infrastructure. So these are the issues. I think at Bengal Chamber, we are already in discussions with the stakeholders, particularly with the horticulture department, and also we are keeping NABARD and with you also, and linking the FPO in the center. We are have a model here, which we will discuss with you off the line, and have some pilot project here so to showcase the success story in West Bengal also. Actually,
we will be happy to do that.
Yeah,
thank you.
While we need your support and your guidance also. Thank you, Mr. Pathan, for your participation. Thank you. So our next presentation is from Mr. Taposh Konar, CEO of Ramnagar Seed Farm Private Limited. Mainly he's working on the seed business. So over to Mr. Taposh Konar.
Thank you. First of all, let me thank Jantoda for giving me opportunity to speak in this forum. So I, with my all respectful guests present here, good afternoon to everybody who are watching this 2 days conclave. So let me straight away go to the presentation I have shared with Arnav. Kindly screen share. So today my topic is role of innovative practices to promote seed value chain. So let me go through, take you through 2-3 slides. What is the seed value chain presently operative and how it is operative? Then I'll talk about the innovations already are in practices in different phases. So then we'll discuss. So please, next slide.
Can you go, I think, full screen, please? That will be better for the...
Yeah.
Or no?
Full screen or no?
Request for making it full screen.
So, gentlemen, challenges in this application of value chain to seed context is difficult, because the challenges include the large variation in value chain structures and incentives between different crops, and the overall difficulty of understanding consumers' demand for products such as seed with strong cadence attributes. So sometimes seeds with strong cadence attributes means few companies who have a big brand pool in maize have a strong brand pool. So farmers opt those seeds, but sometimes due to the bad economy, because of poor MSP support, or because of other industry, allied industries are not going well, so that acreage comes down. So it is a very dicey situation. A key difference between seed and grain is that buyer of seed can only determine the quality and utility after the seed is purchased and used in the field, which is not applicable in case of grain. But for seed, unless the farmer or who is using it, he perceives it in the field, he will then only be able to judge it. To further complicate matters, the performance of the seed, which depends on several factors which are completely unrelated to the seed itself. That is rainfall patterns, soil nutrients, plant diseases, but which farmers may not be able to clearly distinguish or perceive. The performance attributes inherent in a new drought-tolerant seeds will only be noticeable to the farmers during a year of low rainfall, and similarly, performance of a disease-resistant new variety will be noticeable when farmers can visibly find other fields are affected in the proximity with the same disease. So nowadays, most of the seed companies, modern seed companies, are coming up with resistant varieties. I mean, drought-tolerant or varieties, or BLB tolerant varieties, biotic and abiotic stresses tolerant varieties. But those will be visible when actual problem will be there. For example, in a drought year, drought-tolerant variety, performance of a drought-tolerant variety will be visible. But in a over rainfall year, the performance may not be visible. So that is one fallacy is there. Next slide, please. So what is seed value chain? So flow of seed to farmers, its production to the markets through intermediaries to end consumer. Referred as value chain. Why it is referred as value chain? Because as the product moves from producers to intermediaries to consumer, it gains value. In each and every step, it gains value. So it is value chain. Full range of activities required to bring a product or service from conception through different phases of production involving a combination of physical transformation, like rice gets murmura, so like corn gets the popcorn. So physical transformation and the input of various producer services, delivery to final customers, and final disposal after use. Next slide, please. So it is a simplified seed chain, the seed value chain. Actually, it is very complicated. I wanted to draw the picture in a very simplified manner. So these are the chain factors: seed suppliers to farmers. I mean, seed suppliers means the companies, seed companies, to farmers, to traders, then processors means PepsiCo, McCain, Hyphen, all those processors for potato, and exporters, importers, wholesalers, retailers, and end consumers. This is the chain, and it is a value chain, and every step there is a scope of adding value to it, so that the improvement comes in a holistic approach. So that is our purpose. Next slide, please. A simplified value chain, seed value chain. Improving seed value chain requires profound knowledge about how the existing chains are operative or structured, farmland, and for a particular crop. So it varies from a crop to other crop. Farm level decisions on utilizing crop genetic resources. So farm level decisions is important, very important. Whether the economic conditions of farm level permits to adopt new genetics, it is also important. Leverage points in the chain that would maintain or enhance crop diversity as opposed to its reduction. Next slide, please. So now let me take you through these innovative practices already happening all over the world in this value chain, seed value chain. So now my first point is that seed availability has become global. So earlier, availability of seed varieties were completely based on traditional markets. With the boon of internet and smartphone, farmers are able to secure the varieties of their need or choice anywhere now. So entire world has become global. So you can order any seed sitting at your home. So in this last pandemic, we have observed this thing that it has become at your hand. So it is definitely a great innovation. And thanks to all cell phone, smartphones and internet. Most seed companies are tied up with online trading like IndiaMart, Tradidia, etc. So they facilitate availability of seeds. Web innovation has enabled the seed value chain greatly to enhance its value. Next slide, please. So now second point is quality improvement. Some 50 years back, primary challenge to the agriculture scientists in the field of rice production was offer high yielding varieties or hybrids to feed the global population. But today, quality of grains is more important than quantity or yield, with the rise in demand of fine rice or slender rice or scented rice or tasty or non-sticky rice. This has become prime importance. So it adds value in the seed value chain. Smart innovation to improve value chain, new breeding technique. It is an example. New breeding technique which increased amylose content in rice to 22 to 25%, completely removing the issue of stickiness in rice hybrids, which is much required criterion for Indian market. It may not be a much required criterion for Chinese market or China, but definitely it is because Indians don't prefer this glutination, so stickiness they don't require. So it is definitely a great innovation. Next slide, please. So the third point is that varietal improvement, abiotic stresses, drought weather condition, flood situation, saline or acidic soil condition, all abiotic stresses have compelled breeders all over the world to align their breeding program towards the quickly changing needs of the hour. Now, because this global warming has greatly affected the climate and scientists are continuously upgrading their breeding projects to come up with a short duration. Now today's research is happening on per day yield parameter. So earlier, if per day yield, say for example, is 1 quintal per day, so it has to be a 90 days hybrid should be able to offer that much of yield of earlier times a hybrid or variety used to offer in a 120 days or 130 days variety, the same yield we are expecting that a 90 days variety or hybrid will offer. So the research angle has been completely shifted. So now, another research is drought tolerant, flood tolerant, salinity tolerant varieties hybrids to offer in a more customized manner than what it was a decade back. Nowadays, a heat tolerant tomato hybrid or a heat tolerant cabbage or cauliflower variety has enabled the end users to find these producers in the marketplace in off season. In season time, there will be glut, so prices will fall. So offering these products to the end consumers prior to the season, I mean in the off season, definitely it will fetch more prices and will add value in the entire value chain. This has added value to the farmers by way of fetching good price in the off season without storing it under environment controlled storage. Most of the rice hybrids varieties offered by the breeders are photo insensitive nowadays, which has opened and widened the scope of cultivation of the variety in any season, namely Kharif, Boro or Aus. Next slide, please. Now my next point is biotic stress tolerant variety. So relentless innovation in research and development greatly helped in reducing the menacing insects diseases. One time when I just came in the trade of pesticides or chemicals, so that time some major pests were stem borers. Nowadays we don't find that stem borer is there, or it is not a major pest today. So the major pest some 25 years back has become minor. One of the greatest innovations in seed value chain, like rice BLB tolerant variety or blast tolerant varieties, tomato TLCB tolerant varieties, chili CLCB tolerant varieties, these have become more common and hygiene factors for the R&D. Next slide, please. So next is maintenance of pure line, genetic purity of seeds. It is equally important as coming up with a new value-added seed variety or hybrid. So to maintain the line properly, increased focus on this by most of the seed producing companies as compared to 20-30 years back. Nobody thought about this thing because you need to pure it, because with the time the purity gets lost. So to maintenance of pure line is definitely it will add value to the system, and dedicated team for foundation system maintenance has been created in almost every company nowadays. Agronomy on seed production, most important part of seed purity, both genetic and physical, depends on seed production itself. adding value in the system. Different agronomic measures are being taken care of during this cultivation. Intercultural operations should be proper. Pest management, what it was some 20-30 years back, is now very robust and very precisive. And harvesting in a proper stage, proper rogging contributes a lot in improving seed quality. Seed treatment chemicals have been proved to improve seed quality. I can name Gaucho, Bayer, or Thyram has definitely put value to the system to offer pure seeds. So quality control lab or QC lab, big role to play before the material is packed and dispatched for sales. Seed sizes, germination, genetic purity, moisture level within permissible limits as per government norms. Defined role of QC lab in most of the seed companies. Standard SOPs to offer the purest seeds to the farming community. And ISTA certifications has come up. And most of the seed companies, renowned seed companies, are having QC lab with ISTA certification rounders. Smartphone applications in tight market conditions, when money flow is affected, farmers use their FSS or farm safe seeds. So this is a very dicey situation. Seed replacement ratio varies year-wise depending on market conditions. So to know whether the market or to know whether the season will be favorable or it will be a La Nina year or a El Nino year. So prior information can be given to the farmers through smartphone applications. MSP for a particular crop coarse grain acts as a catalytic agent or a retardant towards the sentiment of a cropping pattern in a particular year. Like this year mustard, the price was up, although there was no MSP, but the market price was very high and cultivation mustard acreage increased like anything, right from Bengal to Bihar, everywhere. Increase in awareness level in the farming community through different applications in their smartphones like Agri app, IFCO Kishan app, Agrimedia video app, Farm B, RML Farmer, Kishan Yojana. These are small examples. So farmers are well aware of this. Now is crop insurance. Crop insurance plays a great role to enhance value addition in the chain. Pratap already just put this message that it should be there in a proper way. So farming community can risk their crop with the insurance support. Next, please. Transportation, globalization and revolution in logistics has brought the world at one's arms. Support of government policies governed in a particular country, import and export of seeds has become quite easy. Courier and cargo services with environment controlled facilities have added great value in the chain. Now, export or import to any countries or from any country we can import if there is no bar from the government angle. So if it is cleared by the quarantine, so it is that somebody wants arms, because I know that in cold crops most of the seeds are being produced in other countries, in Thailand or Japan or Korea. So I mean, it is available to the farmers of India with these things because of this improvement in the logistics. So storage, prime factor to maintain seed vigor and shelf life. All leading seed companies own a state-of-the-art, temperature-controlled, humidity-controlled, multi-chambered storage facility. Stacking of seeds is also very important, how you are stacking. So wooden pallets are being given in most of the cold storages, including potato or maybe vegetables. So pallets are being used so that moisture level is being controlled. Mandatory usage of pallets in warehousing to maintain the seed vigor. Pest management under storage condition is very common now. Rent-to-kill, which was earlier PCI, now it is rent-to-kill PCI, is very popular for their services. Next. So packaging. So I need to mention one of the legend companies, name of the PHIC's pioneer, introduced their hybrid corn 30V92 with kernel counts rather than offering it on weight basis. It was a innovative, very innovative and added value to both producers and the farming community. Producing company received better incentives. Farming community got assurance of having 16,000 kernels per packets or to show for half an acre of land. So that way, plant population was managed in a very nice way. In flower seeds, hybrid tomato seeds, cabbage, cauliflower seeds, it is now being adopted by many companies. Please, next. Processing. Earlier focus was on production of table purpose traditional potato varieties, which Pratap already told. Now, with the advent of processing companies in the industry, the segments under processing type of potato varieties started increasing. PepsiCo, McCain, Hyphen played a great role in adding value in this industry, in this crop. Aberration of prices and uncertainty has greatly been reduced. Introduction of potato chips, dried potato flakes, similar trend in maize industry due to its multifaceted usage in popcorn or biscuits or anywhere. Maize can be used in vegetables, tomato ketchup, bottle gourd juices by Baba Ramdeva, Patanjali, and many others. And horticulture juices and fruits are very common now. Seed nursery, it is a new concept, not new concept, old, but now it is coming up very fast. Role of different seed nurseries in rural and urban areas have greatly improved the seed value chain. People, particularly living in urban areas, do not have space or land or time to grow plants at their home. Different seed nurseries have come up, like intermediaries offer different flower ornamental plants, seedlings, vegetable fruit plant seedlings for home decor or beautification or kitchen gardening. These nurseries have a great role. Now, financial institutions, different banks, financial institutions, NABARD have played a great role in facilitating the entire seed value chain by financing right from the producers to the farming community within the few hours through online transactions, credit cards, improved cash flow in the system. NGOs work in rural areas to improve the financial condition of the farming community, educate the population about agriculture and allied knowledge, enables farming community in correct decision making right from seed selection to crop management. So my conclusion is that seed value chain is a very complex matrix because lots of factors are there, propelled by lots of forces acting into it, robust structures with time constraint, not static, rather very dynamic. Need of today may not be the need for tomorrow. So it changes. Taste, choice, preference, need of end users changes with time. Align our mechanism to offer best quality seeds to add value in the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Taposh, for a very, very detailed presentations. Fortunately, three of the speakers have deliberated on most of the topics. What are the questions I have received? Most of them answered actually. But still, I will ask one question each to the panelists here, which is, I think they need to give a separate reply that to Pratap Bose, that there is a frequent rainfall or cyclone or natural damages are taking place in the potato field also. So, is there any changes in the quality of the potato you receive after such type of climate? Because ultimately we are taking out chips and flakes and all those things. Are you finding any deterioration in the quality or parameters or moisture content or starch content? Anything is there? Are you you are muted. You are muted, Pratap.
Yeah, thank you, Jantuda. It's a good question. Yes, actually, processed potato technically, there is a two impact of this cycle. First, if you see the Bengal, first cyclone in the month of December, November 26, 28 or December 1st. Entire potato gone for a toss, correct? Now, potato started resowing started from 20th December onward. Two impact will come. What impact? Normal senescence will come by 60-65. Because by March first week, you will see the temperature is goes up.
Yeah.
Normal potato is a 90-95 days. 60-65 days onwards, it will be coming normal senescence. You will be getting two impacts. One is yield, three impacts, size, as well as the proper dry matter content will be less. That means solid. Fourth, once there is a lots of, because if you see what is the proper process, before harvesting, you should stop your irrigation at least 10 days before or 15 days before. The source to sink should go, so sugar should mature, should stabilize sugar level, because we don't do deholming, but once the senescence comes, there is detached from the source to sink. There will be skin maturity as well as sugar stability. Here impact also another two. This year sugar is not stable. There is a lots of fluctuation with getting, and skin is not mature. That means you will be getting impacted in the store losses. The store potato, once it will be stored, it is stable as well as the process gate. There will be much more shrinkage because of immature skin, much more rottage, and all these parameters. So multiple area you will be facing problem, this cyclone and untimely rain.
I think it's the real learning for the audience and for me also, that these are the challenges how you are going to address. So really is a very challenging situation, but still PepsiCo with his intelligence and quality control stringence, they will manage it, very well.
So lots of losses we have to incur, costs
Yeah,
will go up, because you cannot compromise on the quality.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So that's it.
Yeah. So Mr. Azhar, one short query to you, that we are developing banana export to countries in a steady way. But do you think any varietal changes are coming or becoming a threat to you in your export, or some some changes in the parameters or this thing from the export market you are facing from the competitors?
Yes, Jayenda, very good question you have asked. Varietal changes, yes, definitely. What happened is this G9 variety, what we are using right now, or what is demanded by the customer, that is right now in a huge demand. Therefore, we are growing that. But the variety is having some weaknesses, like one is chilling impact. If temperature goes below, then that will have chilling impact. And then during the peak season of the export, we have to go to the south or limited area, we have to harvest. And Maharashtra, Gujarat, MP, so these areas we can't harvest the bananas, even if there is a lot of volume available. Second is like changing the variety will not be immediately possible, because banana is not having seeds or not having crossing or hybrids, we can't develop. There is one limitation. Another thing is what happened is the G9, another issue is race 4, we call, there is one fusarium disease coming up that is destroying already, that has destroyed crop in China, Pakistan, then part of the Panama area and part of the Ecuadorian area. So these are that will be threat going forward for us also, because that has been observed in Bihar and part of Gujarat. So in future, we have to be careful for this particular variety, because our local varieties are more resistant than that G9 variety what we have introduced. And that is having real demand, good demand for the export to the Middle East, China, Russia and other markets. So I think developing resistance will be a challenge or a good thing to go forward, because Philippines already introduced one resistance variety. So that we have to import and we have to initiate that, going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is a very, very real story, I think, for the participants, that how the international market is changing, taste is changing, and how difficult it is to align the demand also. It is very, very difficult, because particularly for banana, where you cannot overnight, you cannot change the crop.
That's right. Yeah.
So
And
I
being
think
huge crop, it is almost $50 billion business. And another thing is, India has started export from last 10 years, and Ecuador, Philippines, and other countries, they are doing from 100+ years. So we are still lagging behind, but we are world's biggest producer. That is another fortunate or unfortunate part. We have to really participate in a big way, and we have to think that how best we can increase. And another best thing for us is the Middle East is very close to us compared to Ecuador. Ecuadorian material will come after 27 to 30 days, and our material go in 4 to 11 days maximum. We have to be really serious on this crop, and we have to crack that.
I think very pertinent point. And Mr. Ajahar, I think you are one of the important stakeholder of making this initiative of export to the countries to a great extent. We truly appreciate your contribution and your.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Truly appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Last questions to Mr. Tapos Konar. That you have mentioned that genetic purity, which is a very, very important thing. How a customer will be ensured that he is getting a really pure genetic line? His seeds is coming from a pure genetic line also. Is there any mechanism to assess, or by the yield parameters or the traits he will come to know only? So how do you respond? Because as a layman, suppose I am going to a seed market, and these tomato seeds or these seeds are 50,000 rupees kilo, 60,000 rupees kilo, is so expensive. How I will be ensured that I am getting a pure genetically seed actually? What is your advice for this or reply for this?
It is a very good question, Jonathan, for a customer point of view. Yeah. So it is really very tough to adjudge at this moment because lots of players are there, and it is very tough to adjudge whether this seed he is procuring or purchasing from a particular counter, it is pure from genetically or not. But nowadays, with the invent of most of the leading companies have their own varieties, and there is a QR code, dynamic QR code has been given in the packets. So for us at Ramnagar Seed Farm, we have already introduced a dynamic QR code, and with the invent of new Seed Act, it will be mandatory that you need to give a QR code in the seed packet, which will not only confirm the actual seed, but also will give, by scanning it, so you'll come to know that it is of the source, regarding the source, the lot number, the characters, and also if there is any caveat. For example, for any maize seed, if there is a caveat given from the company side that below 10 degrees centigrade temperature or above 40 degrees centigrade temperature, there will be seed setting problem or germination problem. So that farmer should know, because most of the leading seed companies from Monsanto, Bayer to Pioneer or Syngenta, or those who are leading companies, they are already given all these things to their separate agronomy department, which are working side by side the sales team. Most of the Indian companies do not have such a robust structure, but definitely they have a PD team who actually goes to the villages and tries to inform the farmer regarding their products which they purchase. The number two is that a farmer should purchase a product from a particular distributor, retailer who has a proper license and all. So there are lots of works that to be there from the government from, and I believe that that is in the ongoing process. But initially, I can tell you that as of now, those leading brands, those who are very prominent in vegetable seed business or in cereal crop seed business, they definitely have their mechanism. They put this QR code and all other. Earlier, we know that holograms are being used to stop the counterfeiting and all. So nowadays, this QR code system has come, and I believe to some extent this can be with a dynamic QR code. It cannot be copied because every single packet has a different unique code. On scanning it, because from Ramnagar, what we did in last tomato season, we offered a scheme that any farmer, if he scans it, he will get something in a lottery. He will be qualified for a lottery. So that was their interest point, and they scanned it and they got some award or prizes. So in that case, we also came to know that our seed, where it was actually sold, and then from a farmer's perspective, they were confident that they have purchased a right seed and with a good genetic purity, and which confirmed their variety of their choice.
Thank you, Tapos. I think is a wonderful time to spend with three eminent speakers. Mr. Pratap Bose from PepsiCo, Mr. Ajar Pathan from Mahindra Agri Solutions Limited, and Mr. Tapos Kodar from Ramnagar Seed Farm Limited. Your insight to this subject is really, it will benefit the participants to a great extent. Heartfelt thanks to you for participating and accepting our invitations and delighting our audience also. For your information, tomorrow again we have the session here. Our sessions are tomorrow starting from 1:30. That Market Connect Tech and Finance Driven Marketing Strategies, where where experts from Ingreens, from Dihat, and from IIT Kanpur, they will participate, moderated by Mr. Hemendra Mathur. Then we have a fireside chat session, very exciting, that with Mr. Challa Srinivasalu Sethi, Managing Director, State Bank of India, with Mr. Ambarish the Dashgupta, former President of Bengal Chamber of Commerce, and then followed by another fire chat session with Mr. Sachin Sharma, Vice President and Head Channel and Dairy Operations ITC Limited, on new age farming through climate smart agriculture. And last is the geographical identification of rural products, a marketing stance to create better business model in association with NABARD, where I am thankful to Mr. Ajar Pathan for giving the name of Mr. Abhilash Ghore, Technical Expert of Quality Control of India, QCI, Secretary Avocado India, and Chief Consultant Samruddhi Exchange, along with representative from NABARD and from Capita. So these are the sessions for tomorrow. So if your time permits and your schedule permits, you are all welcome to attend this thing. So from our side, from Bengal Chamber, we heartily say a goodbye to you for today's session, and goodbye to all our audience. Ladies and gentlemen, sincere thanks for your participations, your inspirations, and we'll keep on going forward with your active support, suggestions, and blessings. Thank you. Good night. Shubharat.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.